Hello again, everybody, and welcome back to Bowl TV's coverage of the 2021 PWBA Tour season, the triumphant return. We apologize for those technical glitches to kick things off here, but hopefully we're back. Hopefully you can hear us. My name is Aaron Smith alongside Matt Cannizzaro, and we are coming to you live from our remote locations, but our great PWBA athletes are joining us from the International Training and Research Center in Arlington, Texas for the Bowlers Journal Classic to kick off the 2021 season. We're behind lanes 5 through 8. We had this great big intro planned, but technology always wins, Matt. But, we're back at it. We're going to get it. We're watching bowling. We have it available across all 12 lanes here at the ITRC, so you can hop from pair to pair if you're on bowltv.com. PWBA kickoff channel is going to be like this. You're going to have commentary. Matt and I are going to bring in different shots throughout the course's competition. And but if you want to watch a specific channel or follow a specific athlete, you have those options below the video. PWBA 1 through 4, 5 through 8, 9 through 10, and 11 through 12. Matthew, that was more fun than we bargained for to start. We're ready. We're here. Welcome. And it's good to be back.
Aaron Smith, and nice work bright and early by you and JT and everybody on the behind-the-scenes team. Glad to be here. Glad to assist with the coverage this week. Looking forward to watching some bowling. The best ladies in the world joining us at this top-notch facility. And so that's going to be extra special. I know a lot of great moments have happened at the ITRC. We'll be able to talk about some of those and so much more. Again, as we talked about in the pre-show commentary, looking forward to all the guests we have scheduled and what technology allows for this event and for this new PWBA Tour season. Really looking forward to that. We ran through some of the names earlier today of who's already on the schedule and who potentially could be to come and join us and talk bowling. So can't wait for all that.
We're already into game number 1. We'll get that practice changed momentarily here, but we'll go ahead. We're going to, it looks like we actually have a guest lined up already. So we're going to bring in our Director of Operations and USBC Hall of Famer, Tennille Milligan. She's kicked off our past few shows here. So we will go ahead and bring Tennille in. She looks ready to go.
Hi, everyone.
Hi, Tennille. How are you today?
Oh, I'm as calm as I can be, I guess.
Wow, we had a similar feeling with the start of the live stream. So that's apparently that doesn't change, even if it's been more than a year since we've had a tournament. So.
Oh, sorry. But the most important thing is I'm looking at the scores right now, and we have bowling for score. It's happening.
It is happening. It's pretty fantastic to see. We're already cruising along. This is going to be a very quick block halfway through game number 1 already, so we'll get to some of those details quickly. But Tennille, we had practice yesterday. We're going to start our 7-day journey today. What are you looking forward to the most this week?
I'm looking forward to crowning champions. That is what I'm looking forward to, is somebody, hoisting up a trophy for the 20,000th time, the, second time, or the first time.
Now, Tennille, we talked a lot this week about the emotions, every step of the way. Emotions, just knowing that this was going to happen. First unofficial practice, official practice. But we talked about the moment when you set them off for the very first time this season, after a long time away. After all that, how did it feel? Can you describe seeing those pin setters reset and competition get underway for the first time?
Oh, most definitely. It all started with roll call this morning. Just talking a little bit about how historic this day is in our world. Where we're living, what's happening out there, and that the most important thing going on is PWBA bowling. So just, reminding them we're part of history in all aspects of the day, and then getting choked up right before setting them off for their first ball of competition that I have never been, I'm getting choked up now, sorry guys, that I have never been so happy to say those words of you may throw your first ball.
And that's why you are in the position you're in. You appreciate this more than anybody could, of course. Having been a former competitor and a Hall of Famer, we appreciate all the hard work for you and the team to make this happen. Everything that the folks didn't see, that they won't see during competition this week on the screen. Thank you, and certainly best of luck for the whole week, and looking forward to everything. And as you said, crowning the champions, there's nothing like it. We can't wait to see those moments here live.
Thanks, guys. You guys are doing a tremendous job in your booth as well. And to the bowling fans, thanks for, tuning in and letting us into your homes. Yeah, I'm going to go to my office now and cry some more. So good luck, and I'm sure I'll come see you guys again in a little while.
All right. Thanks, Neil. We appreciate it. Do that tournament directed now like we know you can. All right. Since we're settling in here, let's take a little bit closer look at the main shot here. We'll get you some lane pattern information as well as pairings and more in just a second. Now, Matt, as we kick things off today, moving really quickly, we're on 5 through 8 to start here on our main commentary pair. A little bit slow start to the day, but we'll figure this out. This is we're a little rusty. It's been a while. But joining us on lanes 5 through 8, we have Maria Bolanova, a rookie this season, originally from Moscow, Russia, now out of Brooklyn. I stand out at Vanderbilt. Carrie Smith and Danielle McEwen, a 5-time champion and a perennial player of the year candidate. Over on lane 7 and 8, we have Missy Parkin, Valerie Bercier, the 2019 Rookie of the Year, and Julia Bond. But right now, it looks like we have a guest to join us here as we get close to the end of game one. So we're going to bring in Chuck Gardner. Chuck, can you hear us?
I hear you loud and clear, guys. Hope everybody's having a good morning. We are.
We certainly are as well. We got some word that one of your players, Ashley Galante, is off to a strong start. Tell us what you've been seeing from her so far today on this 39-foot pattern.
Well, I think early part of the event here, it's kind of nice for her to be crossing with Jordan because Jordan's rev rate is helping make Ashley's ball pick up in the right spot. So we have her in a symmetrical ball. We have her in the Brunswick knockout because it's just more round and less quick off the spot. This pattern's starting to stretch out a little bit, and the last two shots both went really light, but she rolled the 210 out in the seventh, and then just 2-4-10 in the eighth. So she's not exactly keeping up with the moves on the pair yet, but she looks fairly comfortable.
Yeah, it's definitely always nice to start a tournament with a couple strikes in a row. Even though we're seeing the split up here in frame number 8, but it's for Ashley, she's a player who's been a pretty steady performer over the years, but still looking for that first big event. What's she going to have to do this week to make that next step?
Well, she's going to have to focus on the things that she can control. I think one of the things that she does a great job with is physical execution, but sometimes you lose focus because you start worrying about things you can't control. And I think that's one of the things that she's going to have to really be careful of this week. She looked like she was throwing it great yesterday and the day before in practice. So I think she could have a solid week. But she's got to keep her mind from drifting.
All right, Chuck. We'll let you get back to it, sir. But we appreciate the quick drop in here, and we'll talk to you throughout the course of the week.
Absolutely, anytime, guys.
All right, Aaron Smith. We expected a pretty quick pace of play with only 3 on a pair, and that certainly seems to be the case. It's game one already coming nearly to a close, and our opening game has a feel to be back in the saddle for what's going to be an exciting and long week here at the ITRC.
Honestly, right now it's I'm a bit frazzled, as I'm sure some of the viewers can tell, that we're moving fast here. Things are picking up pace, but that's the cool thing about taking ourselves off the screen is now that you guys don't have to worry about seeing me looking frazzled. So all kidding aside, though, it's great. It's exciting. We expected some high scores. Let's get that oil pattern out to all the good folks here on Bolt TV. Once again, 39 feet for the Bowlers Journal Classic, which will be taking place today and tomorrow. Tomorrow night, 9 p.m. Eastern, we will crown a champion in the stepladder finals of the first of 3 national events and 1 regional competition taking place in the Kickoff Classic. So A Squad's bowling their 9 games right now. B Squad will be on the lanes a little bit later today. That's 5 p.m. Eastern for local time. Top 12 will advance from this 36-player field to round-robin match play tomorrow. 2 rounds, 12 games. Total pins and bonus pins determine the top 4 for that Bowl TV stepladder final. Nice shot there from Jordan Richards. She's finding some momentum as she heads into the 10th frame, working on 4 strikes in a row now for Ashley Galante, an opportunity to get to 265 out of the gates. She is going to step back there for a quick second and reset. Always a good lesson for the kids back home, right, Matt?
Absolutely. Make sure, of course, every shot absolutely matters. So take your time, make sure you're comfortable and ready to go, no matter what game, what frame. And Ashley's been around long enough, certainly a lot of experience with Team USA, Junior Team USA, and in her career with the PWBA Tour, just looking to reach that next level. Has had some success, has had regional success, but now looking to continue that. She definitely puts in the work, and both mentally and physically, and it's starting to show early here in game number 1.
See her crossing between third and fourth arrows, so moving pretty far left here on the fresh. Something we can expect to see throughout the course of the week, perhaps. You could see that playing to the strengths of a player like Jordan Richard, who has one of the higher rev rates on tour. So we see if she can make it 2 in a row here in the 10th, 5 in a row overall. Put herself into the 240s, but that one right of target quickly. Does not make it back. Washout.
And Jordan Richard, one of the handful of players throwing some new equipment this season. So again, we're looking forward to a lot of things, and of course seeing how some of these new players adapt and work with their new companies and new ball reps and such. All super talented players, so that's never an issue. It's just a matter of getting comfortable, not only with the new stuff, but with the new season. I can't imagine the feeling of finally getting out there and throwing those first shots after so many months away. Stepping up for the fill ball. Ashley could get her season started in the 240s, 245 max score for her. Jordan Richard going to clean up her washout here in just a second. And hopefully we'll have scoring updated at PWBA.com about as quickly as the players can get done with their games and move into their next pairs of lanes. So check there for all the details and all the scores for the event. We'll also have a daily recap after the action concludes from the ITRC. And if you're just joining us, this is Matt Kenazar alongside Aaron Smith. We are back at it. The PWBA season for 2021 is underway. The first event of 20. Galante finishes here on our featured pair, 245, 229 for Jordan Richard. So we expected this oil pattern to be a little bit higher scoring. Again, all of that dictated by how the players play the lanes, of course, the transition throughout the day. But initially looking at the pattern, ball reps and players alike expected to see some strikes here in the opening event of the season and this exciting week, the Boulders Journal Classic.
Also wrapping up here on our featured pair at the moment, lanes 9 and 10, Sandra Gongora. She had a runner-up finish in 2019 at the Lincoln Open. Actually lost in the title match to Jordan Richard. That was her best performance so far on the PWBA Tour. So she is one of several players looking to break through with that first win here in 2021. Also found some success with Team Mexico at the 2019 World Bowling Women's Championships, where the team captured the bronze medal.
All right, Aaron, also important to point out that, again, despite, the way the world is looking and travel restrictions and such, we've got players representing 10 countries here this week at our PWBA season opener. Of course, many of them do live in the United States. Gongora, not one of them. She hails from Mexico, along with Lily Robles, and again, 10 countries. And the PWBA, a global phenomenon for sure. We'll talk about, again, all those countries, all those players as they cross our featured pairs throughout the week. And we know many players could not be here with us for various reasons. We look forward to seeing them down the line in this historic PWBA Tour season. 20 events, added prize money. We haven't seen anything like this in 2 decades.
And speaking of that, Matt, I know one player who is not in the field this week that has had a lot of folks talking is Verity Crawley, who had some visa issues prior to the start of this event. She actually sent me a note. I know she's been in the Bowl TV chat. So she said she's going to hop on the show and join us here in a little bit. So we look forward to chatting with Verdi once we get the opportunity. But since we have a moment here, let's as we wait for game number 2 and our next set of competitors, to run a quick ad from our friends over at Kegel.
How do I play this pattern?
There we go. The good folks from Kegel checking in. Always great to see Double J, John Janowitz. Ain't that right, Matt?
The ever so smooth delivery from Janowitz, Hall of Famer, Team USA member, cool guy. So looking forward to that series and more from Kegel and all they do for PWBA Tour and for all USBC events as well.
All right, we're heading back to the lanes here. Let's head to where you want to head to, Matt. Let's switch things up here.
All this pressure. 9 and 10 look to be pretty good. So maybe 5 through 8 again. And,
5 through 8.
5
All right,
through
folks.
8.
We're going to switch over there. The audio may be a little bit different this time, so if it's a little too loud, let us know in the chat. So it looks like for game 2, we're going to have Rocio Restrepo, Sydney Brummett, and Abby Ragsdale on lanes 5 and 6. Over on 7 and 8, Maria Bolanova, Carrie Smith, and Danielle McEwen.
All right, so Aaron Smith, I know you had a lot of thoughts and some great coverage on the incoming rookie class for 2021. This will give you the opportunity to talk about 2 of those players. Highly regarded coming out of the collegiate ranks. Maybe their senior seasons didn't end quite how they'd hoped, but here they are getting an early advantage in that rookie of the year running. And I look forward to hearing some of your thoughts. And I know you talked to them and definitely did the stats and such heading into this and got to follow them throughout college. So it's going to be a good time and a fun race as always.
Absolutely. We have 4 rookies total in the field this week. 2 on A squad, 2 on B squad, so that works out nicely, of course. But and looking at Maria, she quickly made a name for herself when she made her way to Vanderbilt in 2017. She was an NTCA Rookie of the Year for D1 and ended up earning 3 first-team All-American honors for the Commodores. But no stranger to international success either. Originally hailing from Moscow, had already captured multiple medals at the European Youth Championships and posted an impressive 4th-place finish for Russia at the 2014 Kubica AMF Bowling World Cup. When she came here to join Vanderbilt, helped them to the NCAA Bowling Championship in 2018 and was named Player of the Year on the NCAA side in 2019. For Abby Ragsdale from St. Francis, Illinois, kicked off her collegiate career with the NCBCA Rookie of the Year honors in the 2016-2017 season. Made a great run at Junior Gold in 2018, making the show and finishing in 3rd place. And in the 2018-2019 season was the NCBCA Player of the Year. So it'll be fun to watch these folks in their first PWBA events. They've been waiting.
We've all been waiting. The fans have been waiting, and here we are live on Bowl TV. Like we never left. Really, it feels like just yesterday. We were at the Tour Championship in Richmond, saying goodbye to the 2019 season. But here it is already 2021. And A lot of excitement built up, especially for Danielle McEwen. Here she is getting to throw shots live for our cameras. The 10 pin. She puts in the work for sure. She's been in the Player of the Year hunt throughout her career and has had some past success here at the ITRC as well. You can never forget the iconic photo of Danielle hugging the trophy in that inaugural PWBA Tour season. And I know she'd love to do that again once, twice, 3 times this week in Arlington.
All right, folks, with game 2 getting underway, we're going to go ahead, go full screen. So Matt and I will still be here chatting and doing our thing. We'll have a guest or two join us throughout the course of the broadcast as well. Let's sit back and enjoy game 2 of 9 here. A squad qualifying for the 2021 PWBA Bowlers Journal Classic.
Aaron, we mentioned the collegiate experience for Ragsdale and Milanovo already, but all of our players on our featured pairs have excelled at the collegiate level. Yeah. Obvious stepping stone to the PWBA Tour, especially in the years where the tour did not exist. In 2003, we said goodbye to the tour just for a minute, came back in 2015. In that time, Smith and McEwen both found success at their respective schools, Shippensburg and Fairleigh Dickinson. And Lucio Restrepo and Sydney Brummett found success at Wichita State. So I think that has not changed, and only as NCAA bowling has grown on the women's side and collegiate bowling in general, it just makes sense to go out there and get the education, challenge yourself, and then come out here and test your skills against the best in the world and win it time. And again, if you'd like to check out the details of all these great events happening at the ITRC, visit pwba.com. Everything from the lane pairings to the schedule, standings will be up as soon as they're available. This will be number 2 of 9. B squad coming up this afternoon. After 9 games, total pinfall will determine the 12 players to advance to round robin match play, and that'll be coming up all day tomorrow. After which we'll know the players for the stepladder finals. All that is going to unfold live on Bowl TV, and all stepladder finals for this season will happen here. So you can watch qualifying and match play absolutely for free on Bowl TV, and then a subscription will be required to watch the conclusion of each event this week. You have all 12 lanes of competition covered here at the RTRC. So if you'd like to follow your favorite player across the venue and you are watching on Bowl TV, you'll see at the bottom of your viewing window the opportunity to see every pair in play here on the PWBA Kickoff channel with commentary and a chat room for all those who would like to participate. Otherwise, you can select your pair, your favorite players, and watch them as they cross the house throughout the day and week. And it looks like the standings already available on PWBA.com. How about that? They're moving super quick. We're just into game number 2, but after one game, Maria Milanova at plus 65, 265 to start her tour career here in Arlington. Danielle McEwen, 247. Ashley Galante, we saw her on our featured pair, 245. Missy Parkin, 232. And the youngster, 16-year-old Jillian Martin at 231 to start things off. So that's your top 5. Again, standings available at PWBA.com. Open an extra window there, and you'll be able to follow along throughout the day. Top 12 after today's 9 games will advance. 12th spot right now, plus 5. Jacqueline Evans just above that number. Abby Ragsdale. Cindy Brummett is at plus 17, so she's in the top 12 through one game. 18 players on each squad, 36 total. 32 checks up for grabs. So a little bit of a fight there for those. But a very cool feature of the PWBA Tour. 32 cash spots at each event. That is awesome. Especially sometimes the fields are more limited. Great opportunity to pick up some prize money and incredible experience as well.
Excellent rundown there, Mr. Canizaro. We have Danielle McEwen on our featured pair right now in lanes 7 and 8. As you mentioned, 247, second place overall. We have Matt McNeil, the Storm Ball rep, getting ready to join us here. So, Matt, happy Wednesday, sir. Good to see you.
Good to see you, gentlemen.
We got some news that maybe a ball change here for Danielle.
Yeah, back ends are getting just a little tighter, pattern stretching, and ball she had was just bogging down too much. It was too slow in its response time, so we're going to go to a trend, and that's going to just allow her to have a little quicker response time, should read the lane better and get through the pins better. So after that week 7-10, that was kind of our cue to get out of that ball.
I was going to say with the 39-foot pattern, you mentioned kind of moving to the trend. What's for Danielle today? Is it more about staying in the same spot and kind of moving throughout the arsenal, or are we going to see her making some more moves left throughout the course of the block? Maybe stay with the same foot?
I think it's going to be a little of both, to be honest with you. It's there's some higher rep players out here who are a little further left to start, and then they kind of snuck back right. So depending on their play, I think that's going to dictate how the follow goes for DMAX. So it's just making sure we stay ahead of the moves, we watch the pairs, we adjust accordingly, and we make sure our reaction time is fitting what the lane is asking for. And, that's the toughest part about the sport of bowling, I've always said, is constantly giving the lane what it's asking for and being able to read ball motion at a very high level. So that's one of the things that players and reps have to always stay on top of, is watching every single pair, watching ball motion, and then making changes with 100% mental commitment on the spot. That's really, really tough to do for any athlete, no matter what if you got 30 titles or one title, that's a very, very hard thing to do consistently.
Now, Matt, given the number of players, the oil, the lane surface here at the ITRC, did you expect all this to happen as quickly as it has, and be able to be making those moves really at the end of game one, early in game two already?
I don't think so. With the ice oil, I think we're seeing the effects of that ice oil. It plays very slick. It's a lower viscosity, but it plays very slick. So that oil tends to push down pretty fast and make the back ends play tighter. I think the back ends just generally play tighter here, anyways. So we're seeing those characteristics as well. But I think we're really feeling more of the ice oil that's built into this 39-foot pattern than anything right now.
All right, Matty McUnderscore, we're going to let you get back to it. We appreciate the on the lanes update for your players there. So we'll be chatting with you soon. Good luck for your team out there.
Hey, thanks, Aaron.
All right, that was Matt McNeil. He's won about 47 Eagles at the Open Championships. Actually, I think it's only 4, but still pretty good. He's out there for Storm this week, as we are kind of in the halfway point here of game number 2. Matt, we have another guest ready to join us here. So I think a lot of folks will be excited to hear from this young lady after some of the things that have transpired in the past few weeks. So we are very happy, very excited to see Verity Crawley join the show here. So Verity, hello, good to see you.
Hi guys, how are you?
We're doing well. It's crazy to think we're bowling here and you're not here with us. And, there's definitely some craziness the past few weeks for you. For the folks at home, just, give us the Cliff Notes version of kind of everything that's transpired with you over the past couple of weeks.
Yeah, it doesn't quite seem real right now that I'm watching a PWBA event and I'm not in it. Basically, my visa, I had applied for a new visa last year, a long time ago. The process has been very long due to COVID and a lot of delays within immigration. And it turned out that they denied it. Within that denial letter, they basically said, that you have to leave the US immediately. So I spoke to a couple of lawyers to try and figure out, is there any way that I can stay, even if it was just for an extra 2 weeks, so at least I can leave after the PWBA tour. But unfortunately, I obviously wanted to do everything the correct way and not jeopardize my future of being able to come back to the US. So I did have to leave, and I'm currently in England, which is on a full lockdown. So it's a little bit different coming from Florida, where everything was extremely open, to now being in a lockdown where supermarkets are open, but that's really about it. Restaurants and everything are closed. So obviously no bowling centers either. So it's a bit of a culture shock right now.
Verity, we've been talking with the folks, Tennille and staff and the bowlers, of course, about all the emotions they're feeling and trying to anticipate what those would be coming into each moment of the event and any competition underway. But we imagine there was some emotion for you as well, seeing things get started. Can you describe the feelings there, and if it was what you expected or perhaps even a little more emotional seeing the competition get underway and knowing that you will not be there?
I think now starting to watch, it gets a little bit more emotional because it's hit me the fact that, okay, everyone's competing and I'm not there. So, it's sad. It's extremely frustrating. I felt like I was very ready. I'd prepared a lot to bowl in January. So I think that's probably the hardest part, is knowing that I had a lot of confidence in myself going into this event. And now I feel like, I'm going to take a step backwards because I can't train as much to, stay as sharp as I would have been going into this event. So it's a mix of emotions. It's frustrating. It's upsetting. It's exciting at the same time. It's going to be hard to watch, but I'm looking forward to watching at the same time.
We know Daria is in a very similar situation with Poland, and you guys are very close. Have you talked about some of those feelings and just about the whole situation in general?
Yeah, definitely. We're both trying to stay as positive as we can and kind of keep each other positive, because it's such a tricky situation. It's so difficult, and there's so much more that goes into it than anybody else would really know. Like, it's so hard from the outside looking in to really know what can be done. So I think the nice thing is at least we have each other and we're able to talk if we kind of need to, if we're feeling down. So as much as we're trying to help each other, we are, but realistically, there's only so much you can say.
Well, if it does help a little bit, I know you're a few hours ahead, and I don't know how much of the coverage you were able to watch yesterday, but many fans have asked and reached out and sent well wishes and just had great things to say about both you and Daria, and looking forward to when we have the opportunity to see you on the lanes again. So take that, and it's very special, and you've had a huge impact on the tour and us and bowling in the U.S. So
yeah, I definitely have to I really appreciate how much everyone has reached out to me. As soon as I made my first Facebook post about not being there, the abundance of messages that I've had is been amazing, really. And I'm very thankful for the support of the bowling industry. And I guess I didn't really realize the impact that I've been having on everyone. Everyone wanted to see me there competing in January. So it's been really nice. Everyone's, offered their support, and everyone, wants to be able to do something, which I wish that there was more that could be done. But I definitely appreciate all of the support, and hopefully fingers crossed for April.
Now, Verity, as we kind of settle in here to this first round of qualifying, still early in the block, 39-foot pattern. From what you've watched, how would you be attacking this pattern right now? And from a few of the players, who's got the right idea right now out there in the lanes?
Oh, difficult one. Going by just looking at the pattern, my first thought was I would probably throw urethane on fresh. Again, I've actually only bowled at the ITRC once, so hard to make a determination because I don't 100% know what the lanes play like. But I think I watched Maria Bolanova bowl a decent amount, and she was already quite deep. I would probably be around where she is, probably 14, 15 at the arrows to 7, 8 down lane. If I had to guess, I would probably be throwing an axiom. If I started with urethane, I'd either go to a middle or an axiom. That would probably be my go-to.
All right, and we did switch to 3 and 4. We got a note from Jason Thomas, who's inside the ITRC, that Erin McCarthy off to a strong start here in game 2. She's got 8 out of the first 9, so she's going to be up for her 10th frame momentarily to our right. Verity, we knew you were keeping busy throughout the course of 2020. As you mentioned, Florida gave you quite a few opportunities to go out and bowl little local tournaments here and there, and you were actually our in one of our preview articles leading up to the season, you are our player to kind of make the next leap to kind of break through in 2021. So, for us, it's disappointing that you're not there, but the good news is hopefully we get to see you at the other 17 events, and you can collect that first title, and then 1 turns into 2, then 2 turns into 3, and just kind of steamrolls from there. Did you feel like 2021 was going to be a big season for you?
I really did. I think I competed so much in 2020, obviously not PWBA wise, but local sweepers was probably the most I've actually bowled in a year, and I had a lot of success. So that obviously gave me confidence, and I was really obviously looking forward to the start of the season. And obviously it's a tough one not to be there. I did feel like I was very ready, but I just kind of have to look at it that it is only 3 events right now, and because there were so many events added for 2021, I definitely have that advantage that there's still going to be so many events when I get back. I have to go through this right now, but I will be back, and there will still be a lot of events. Thankfully, the PWBA has been awesome and been able to schedule all of these events.
Yeah, that was definitely some of the excitement of joining or getting ready for the 2021 season, I should say, was the addition of a few extra events, the Classic Series events, and of course the addition to the prize fund. We're going to have Erin McCarthy stepping up here looking to get into the 270s on lane 3. But, when you kind of saw those changes for the start of the season, specifically the Classic Series, kind of 3 events in one, what were you looking forward to? How do you prepare for 3 events in one? That's, that's something that's kind of new for all the players. 7 days of bowling straight. What were you going to be doing to get ready for that?
Genuinely just the same as any other event. The way I looked at it is, yes, it's 3 events, but we're so used to competing so much anyway. When we bowl, let's say, the US Open, and you're bowling so many days in a row, to me, it's very similar as that. I think the biggest thing to really note is your mental game, because if you have one bad event, well, you have to come back the next day and it completely starts fresh. So it's having that realization that, you know, what happened in the past, whether it was good or bad, you almost have to forget about it, because even if you win, you know, you still almost need to forget that happened so that you're not too excited and your adrenaline is way too high that at that next event you're so much focused on the past.
Now, Verity, just taking a look back at the past just for a minute. Not too long ago, you were part of a Rookie of the Year race of your own, and now some very talented players coming out that you may have seen in the collegiate ranks not too long ago. But any advice for them as they embark on their PWBA Tour careers and have to compete against seasoned veterans like Erin McCarthy, who just found her way to 279 here in game number 2?
I think the biggest thing is just to enjoy the moment. I think sometimes you get caught up in wanting to win, wanting to make a cut, and focusing so hard on your performance, and you kind of forget to take a step back and realize how lucky you are to be in this moment. And I really hope that with everything that happened in 2020, these rookies really do realize how lucky they are to have a tour to compete in right now. And I think that the more you can focus on that, the more you tend to compete better, because you're not so caught up on needing to strike.
Speaking of strikes, Jillian Martin, the 16-year-old standout, delivering here again on our featured pair. She is still a few years away from embarking on her PWBA Tour rookie season. Any thoughts on her game? Have you gotten to see her bowl at all beyond this? And what do you think of this performance?
Yeah, I've seen her for the last couple of years, and I think she's phenomenal. I think I saw her over the summer at an SYC, and it still blows my mind how young she is and how good she is. I mean, I bowled the US Open back in 2019, and there was only 3 of us that bowled the PTQ for that US Open, and she was one of them, and it was me and Maria, and she killed it. And just to look at how much talent she has at such a young age, my only hope is that she really continues to love bowling and that she continues to stick with the sport.
She delivers another strike there to get to her fill ball, can get into the 230s. A report from JT that Ashley Galante will be in the 230s as well. 237, it looks like, for Dasha Kovalova. So definitely some scores available out there here on this pattern in the early going. So, Verity, you talked about, kind of the young player there. We talked about Jillian Martin. I know a player you've probably gotten to see quite a bit at Kegel over the last few years who's bowling on the next squad is Caitlin Johnson.
Yeah.
Just for the folks at home who haven't had a chance to see her compete yet, what are some of the things about her game that you think will help her be successful on the PWBA Tour?
I think she's a very fierce competitor. She wants to win, and if it comes down to it, she can strike. She's a very clutch player, and having seen her in collegiate tournaments, if it got down to the 10th frame and she had to strike out to beat the other team, then she was going to do it. There was no hesitation that was going to happen. She reminds me a lot of Dasha in that aspect. I saw that a lot in Dasha when she was at Wichita. So I think Caitlin's definitely going to be a force to be reckoned with. I would say her spare shooting is also very good, and she's just good at grinding. And not to say she can't strike, obviously she can, but I think she's very good at just persevering, and I think she will always find a way to get up there to the top.
Excellent stuff. A quick update from JT, our sideline reporter this week. Mentioned we talked to Matt McNeil a little bit earlier about Danielle McEwen making the ball change after 247 the first game, but looks like she's going to kind of fall down a little bit here in game 2. Can max out at 180 with a strike on her fill ball. So thanks, JT, for the report on that. JT, you look ready to join us in this excitement. Let's bring you in as well and say hello to Verity.
I'm a sideline reporter. That's so awesome. I'm not as attractive as Kimberly Pressler, but I'll take it. I'm a legit sideline reporter. I wanted to just come in and say hi to Verity, and just.
And have we shaved the quarantine beard? Is my question for you.
No. I actually started growing it last holidays, and then everybody else grew it. So I just want to go on record that I had it first before quarantine. But I thank you for the Christmas card. I got it. So happy. Sorry that you couldn't be here. I know we tried to help you with a letter and some other things, and it's just a process that unfortunately you're having to fight through. But I think you're handling it so fantastically, and we look forward to having you out here as soon as we can.
Thank you. Definitely. I'll be, as soon as I can be back, I'll be there. That's for sure.
Yeah. Well, you gonna stick around for one more game for us?
Sure.
Awesome. All right. Well, I'll continue to look for scores, but in between games 2 and 3 right now, Jason Thomas, official sideline reporter, signing off. Thank you.
Bye.
Nicely done, JT. Nicely done indeed. And as we wait for game 3 to start up, we'll take the pinfall away for a second, as great as it is to hear. Verdi, one of the things we've noted about you in the past, especially looking at, when we talked to you on the PWBA podcast a couple months ago, is your social media presence. And, you talked about just all the love and support you received when you made the announcement about being unable to compete this week. But for you, that's I know you're going to continue with the positive messaging, I'm sure. What are you trying to gain through social media throughout the course of building these fans and essentially trying to teach them something through your bowling, through your spirit, through all that. For you,
just spreading the love of bowling, more than anything. If I can impact one person and get one person to pick up a bowling ball or start back competing in league, then in my book, that's a win. So that's kind of the route I go down in terms of sometimes when I was younger, I wish I had that player to look up to. Social media wasn't as big then, so it's not like I could follow someone on Instagram and be able to kind of see what they get up to. So it's more of, when I get those messages of someone, I hadn't bowled in 12 years and I saw one of your posts and I decided to start league again, like that just makes me so happy. And I think that the bowling industry obviously needs more bowlers. So if I can't get more people to bowl, then who can, in a way, I just feel like I have that ability to be able to impact people and I want to take advantage of that.
That is awesome. You can start with Matt. We got to get Matt back into league bowling. He is a dedicated USBC member, but has not had too many league sessions as of late. So Matthew, when you go pick up that bowling ball for Verdi, make it happen.
I'm here to serve the sport in other ways and leave the scoring to the professionals.
All right, Verdi, we're going to head back to some of the featured pairs here. We're going to let you decide who we're going to watch while we chat with you this next game. So is there anybody on this squad you in particular you kind of like to watch for game 3?
Let's watch. Can we watch Jordan Richard?
Jordan Richard. All right, let's see. For game 3, Jordan's going to be on. I have it here somewhere here.
See, I had to make it difficult for you.
All right, Jordan Richard, game 3 is going to be on lanes 3 and 4. So, all right, let's bring J Rich into the conversation here.
Now, Verdi, just like Jordan Richard, I know yours was a little bit longer ago, but some equipment changes for both of you, jumping companies, and for you is before the 2020 calendar year really got going. So we didn't get a chance to see you throw the new stuff on tour, of course. But how has that been? And there's some other players in a similar situation now, making those adjustments on the tour now. So totally different, I imagine, in a practice scenario and getting comfortable. But to see them on these competitive oil patterns, what was that transition like for you? And now, heading into last year and then into this calendar year as well.
It's actually crazy now to think that I haven't competed on the PWBA tour with Storm yet, because to me, it feels like I've been throwing it for so long already. And then I have that realization that, I haven't actually had a PWBA event with Storm, but it's been amazing. It's been so much fun. It's been difficult at times, obviously, because you have to really figure out the differences between your bowling balls. But I think that's also been really exciting. I have really enjoyed bowling a lot more events and being able to learn my equipment that way. I think that's been the best way for me to learn, has been actually, going to these events and being able to see the differences between my bowling balls in competition versus just doing it in practice. So that was really the biggest transition for me, was just making sure I understand my bowling balls. not having the tour in 2020, I guess, just allowed me to learn that equipment even more. But it's been really exciting. Everyone's been great. The company is so supportive. So yeah.
So not that the fire ever really goes away, but is a change like that kind of just a new audience and a new family and a new situation? Does it kind of revamp things almost in a way for you?
I do think it's a little bit of a change in mindset. I think sometimes a change is always very good. And for me, it was more of the ball motion than it was anything. And I think I see something different, and what I see matches up to my game more. Not to say I didn't have success with the previous company, because I did. But I just think that I just needed something different. I just needed a little change. And again, other people might see it differently, but it's just a little bit of a fresh start. I'd been with the previous company for quite a few years. And I mean, I hadn't thrown a storm bowling ball since I was quite young. So it's been great.
Very cool stuff. And for those of you just joining us here on Bowl TV, my name is Matt Canizaro, joined by Aaron Smith, and of course, PWBA superstar Verity Crawley joining us from England. We talked a little bit already about her current situation. Some visa issues have unfortunately forced her to be at home in England while this event is going on, but she has been so kind to join us here in the booth for some great insight and commentary. We are now watching game number 3 of 9. We'll have standings updated for you in just a minute. This is half of the field, 18 players on this A squad, bowling 9 games of qualifying. We'll have B squad coming up this afternoon, after which their 9-game pinfall totals will determine the 12 players headed to round robin match play, which gets underway tomorrow. Again, thank you for joining us here on Bowl TV. Get settled in. Part of the way there. A lot of great stuff coming up, and Verity is going to stick around for game number 3 here to give us some more great insight.
All right, Matt, it does look like we do have some scores available through 2 games, so we're going to pop those up on the screen here for everybody in just a second here. So, we talked about this rookie class being strong, and Maria Balanova, who has found success at the ITRC in the past, leading the way right now, 493. Ashley Galante in second, 482. Brianna Cote, 475. Erin McCarthy, who just had that 279 on lanes 3 and 4 at 475. 469. So nice bounce back for her. And Dasha Kovalova rounded out the top 5 with 464. So taking a look at the 18 players we have, currently 10 averaging higher than 220 in the early going. So Verity, this is a little different than some of those patterns that we've seen on tour over the course of the past few seasons. I always think back to your title match against Shannon in 2018, I believe in, was that Sonoma County?
Yes, it was. That was the 266, 268, which was the highest probably gains of the whole tournament, because they were brutal all week. And then we get to that show, and for some reason, both of us just decide to make it a strike fest.
Yeah, I think it was so crazy how that week transpired, especially the ending there, where it was brutal throughout the course of the week. It was, doubles were tough. Just filling frames was, low 2-0s seemed to be keeping you in the mix. But what was it like in facing just a tournament like that in general, where we're seeing some higher scores, folks can get to the pocket pretty easy here. When you got some of those, just tough, brutal weeks, how. We know the physical challenge. How mentally challenging is it to kind of keep it going for all those games when they're just that tough?
It's definitely more mentally challenged than it is physically challenging. Obviously, we're so used to bowling for a long period of time, so that doesn't really become an issue. But it's the fact that realizing that getting 9 or even 8 is actually good. Normally you want to strike. When you're going to shoot 200. When you're on par for 220. And I think when sometimes you look up at the scoreboard and you think, okay, I'm going to probably shoot 190-2-0, and having that realization that that's actually okay is pretty difficult. But I think that's what makes the best players great, is that you they are able to grind and just kind of push through it and take advantage when you can get that double more than anything, and not get frustrated if it doesn't turn into a turkey, but be happy with a 9 spare after it, versus kicking yourself that you didn't get that turkey and then missing the spare. But the next two, the patterns definitely are, I think, going to be a little bit higher scoring. So it'll be fun to see some strikes, and kind of, again, that still takes a mental toll as well, because when you know that you need to shoot 230 to stay up with the field, it also, you put so much pressure on yourself that sometimes it's also then harder to strike.
Yeah, that's definitely an excellent point. And, I know it varies from player to player. Are you out there kind of score watching throughout the course of an event, kind of see that pace, or is that something you'll talk to the ball reps about, saying, hey, this, if you're on a 2-team pace, they're going to say, we got to find an extra strike or two in there for you.
I think.
Go ahead.
No, I think for me, I don't really tend to chase the scores a whole lot. I will have an idea of what the field is doing, and normally that's just from looking up at what the cut number is. But besides that, I really try not to worry about it and just focus on my execution. And again, when the scores are low, when you have to grind, and when everyone's striking. So it's more of just to try and really stay focused on your shot versus trying to worry too much about the scores, because then you think so much about them, and you start looking up and thinking about, okay, I have to strike out to shoot this, and then you worry about it too much.
So another good question, I think, too, is that in this format, in this event, you've got the 9 games. Again, we talked earlier about it really being 3 events in one. You're focused on this 9-game block, this event, making the top 12. How do you keep the overall big picture out of your mind, or don't you? Or do you kind of keep an eye on that as well, knowing that the top so many will advance to top 24 to the 3rd event?
I think you really have to forget about that, because again, the more you focus on it, the more pressure you put on yourself. And I think some people, everyone's different. I would say that some people might actually focus on that because that might give them more motivation. But for me, I'm going to throw it just the same, whether I know I need to strike or I don't need to strike, when you look at it in that aspect, because either way I want to strike. So my shot making shouldn't really alter. I'm still going to make the same adjustments, and you just have to realize that there's so much that you can't control. If I execute my shots, and if I make my moves, then whatever happens. If that means that I make a show, great. If that means I don't make a show, okay, evaluate what happened and then have a fresh start going into the next event.
All right, Verity. Matt had to step away for a quick second, so we'll get him back on the show here momentarily. When we asked you who you wanted to see, you said Jordan Richard. And, she caught a little bit of a lucky break on her last strike on the left lane. But, Jordan's definitely one of the premier talents out on tour. So I'm curious why you wanted to watch her. Besides the obvious fact that's fun to watch her bowl.
Yeah, I think genuinely because I really enjoy watching her bowl. I think her game is phenomenal. So I just like to watch her. And I do think that we tend to be closer in terms of how we play the lane. She has a little bit higher rev rate than some of the girls. So we're closer in that aspect. And I think sometimes I like to watch her because, at least for now, I have to kind of live vicariously through everyone. So it kind of gives me an idea of, oh, maybe I would be doing that right now. Or what would I be doing if I was in Jordan's shoes?
Gotcha. That's definitely a good reason. I could see the rev rate resemblance there. So that's definitely a good point to make. Bowling, I believe in B squad, your good friend Diana Z. I'm sure she was hoping to see you this weekend as well, but I know she was kind of coming into the season with a little extra edge after kind of some probably one of her rougher seasons in 2019 as far as not making the tour championship, not collecting a win. Just in talking to her, what can we expect to see from her in throughout the course of this year?
I think she's just going to keep fighting more than anything. I know that she is such a fierce competitor, so I think that she's just gonna work. She's been working really hard in the off season. She really likes being with Storm, and I think the bowling balls roll really good for her. So I think that she's gonna be up there, and I definitely think she's gonna have a very good season this year.
We'll be looking forward to that as well, right here on BowlTV.com throughout the course of the entire 2021 season. Bull TV, the place to be, of course, for the Bowlers Journal Classic, the ITRC Classic, and the Hall of Fame Classic, along with the Arlington Regional this week. Qualifying and match play for free on Bull TV with just a login. You do have to subscribe to watch the stepladder finals at each of the 4 events. So to watch those live, I agree, right?
Yes. You have to watch the finals. You're not going to watch all of qualifying and then not find out what happens.
See, we just need you to say that like on a full promo reel, and it'd be perfect. So, now, Verity, since you've been back home, you mentioned England's been pretty locked down outside of supermarkets, the essentials.
Right.
What have you been trying to do to try to stay bowling ready as much as you can, even though you can't go to the lanes?
I think working out is the biggest thing. If I can keep my body strong, then that's definitely going to help me. And then from there, I have been at least trying to swing the bowling ball a little bit. I set up a little lane and at least trying to roll the ball off my hand just so that my hand can be used to being in a bowling ball more than anything. I did that in the last lockdown, or the first lockdown that I had when I was in Florida. And I feel like that benefited me when I went back to bowling. So I'm kind of going to do the same thing and just really stick with the workouts more than anything, because obviously I'm at home. I can't really move around a whole lot. So that's one aspect that I can really focus on that I know will benefit my game.
All right. And what are some of those workouts for the folks at home that you like to incorporate in your routine?
Yeah, so obviously I am at home, so it's a little bit more difficult than being in the gym. I have a few weights here, so I can do some stuff, but I've been doing some online classes. So I actually follow an instructor, because for me, that motivates me a lot more than, reading a sheet that says, do this many squats and this many and this many. I find it very hard to push myself as much as I do if I have someone shouting at me, telling me to do it. So really a combination of workouts. I know that normally for bowling, I would focus a lot on legs and core. But right now, since I have the ability to do pretty much as many classes as I want in a day, I've really just been kind of doing a mix of everything, a combination of HIIT workouts, insanity, ab workouts, just everything really to keep my overall fitness.
Excellent stuff. I'm sure the folks at home taking notes right there as well. Big thank you to everyone for joining us on Bowl TV today. We're so excited that the PWBA Tour is back and here on Bowl TV. As we look here on lanes 1 through 4, it looks like the scoring pace has kind of actually slowed down a little bit. So, some transition may be going on here at the ITRC. How quick do those moves hit you, Verity, when it happens? How quickly do you have to respond? And, I think a thing that a lot of folks who maybe don't compete at the same level, we just kind of maybe try to fight the move or, stick with the same ball, try to make a better shot, things like that. How quickly on the professional level do you just have to make that snap decision to say, okay, I'm losing pins, I'm losing against the best players in the world. I have to do something different in order to continue pace and put myself in position?
It's quick. I mean, for me, I feel like I'm moving every frame, but sometimes I genuinely wish that I could predict the future, because I can strike and then the next shot, if I don't make a move, and then I go through the face and I big four, and it's just like, how come I didn't see that coming? So the lanes definitely break down very quickly. I mean, they're always ever evolving, really. And I mean, a lot of the women use a spare ball, so that also makes a difference. I would say that it's very different bowling with the men than it is bowling with the women, and the lanes definitely transition in a different way. I think bowling with the men, they do break down a little bit quicker, and a lot of the men start further left to begin with than the women do. But I would say that a lot of the women do tend to be able to stay a little bit further right for longer, whereas I don't normally tend to be able to do that. So I would say I make more moves and I make more adjustments than some of the ladies would.
Gotcha. Yeah, that's definitely a good thing to look at. And you mentioned competing against the men. You had a great run at the U.S. Open in 2019, end of 2019. That seems so long ago now. Now that we
no, it does. Like it's been 2010 for all it seems like.
But both you and Maria competed that week and found some success. What was it like? Just making that run in that environment, knowing how tough it's going to be just in general because it's a U.S. Open, which makes it crazy tough. But having to deal with that different type of transition that the men provide with the higher rev rates.
Right, I've really enjoyed it only because with my rev rate, I ended up being the person with the least rev rate on that event, whereas when I bowl with the women, I feel like I'm more on the higher side. So it was definitely different. And I think the biggest thing for me was I just concluded my 2019 PWBA season, which I wasn't very happy with. I definitely felt like I didn't perform as well as I would have liked. And because of that, I went into that US Open with a completely different mindset. And I think that was what really helped me. And I definitely learned a lot from that event. And I was so excited taking it forward to the PWBA Tour in 2020, which obviously, unfortunately, didn't happen. But I'm really happy with my performance. And I think the mental game was the biggest thing for me for that event.
Excellent. We're going to switch lanes here. We're going to get away from Jordan for a little bit. Danielle McEwen starting with the front six, looking to make it 7 now. And
throwing a different ball than Matt McNeil was speaking about.
That is true. And that is the true Bowl TV jinx right there. The stuff 8-pin after 6 in a row. So that's all on me right there. Sorry, Danielle. She's joined by Carrie Smith and Maria Balanova. We mentioned Maria was leading after 2 games, but it looks like her scoring pace has slowed down a little bit as well as they made the move to 11 and 12. Well, Verdi, it looks like Mr. Cannizzaro is back, so we'll bring him back into the show here to join us.
Welcome back.
Hi, Matt.
Hi, everybody. I'm glad to be back. Hope I didn't miss anything too exciting. It looks like I missed Aaron Jinx and Danielle McEwen, but other than that.
Yeah, that was the main thing. So, but no, we're having a good conversation with Verdi Crawley. Talk about a few different aspects of lane play. And what was that? I'm sorry.
I said that's the biggest thing he missed was being able to listen to me.
That's true, Matt.
Always. That's what I miss about the PWBA Tour in general and watching all you young ladies grow up and excel. And glad to have this opportunity in 2021. And, hopefully the folks at home enjoy the insight as well. And it's going to be a fun week.
How have both of you found being in the bubble?
You want to go first, Matt?
Sure. We've talked quite a bit on our various podcasts about what 2020 was like, now 2021. And the fact that we can do this, the fact that I'm at home in Fort Worth, Texas, and Aaron Smith at the ITRC, above the ITRC, actually, it's in the studio for Bowl TV, and Verity is in England, and we're watching bowling live. All of this coming together with technology, I think it's absolutely awesome, and just a great thing that came out of it. I don't want to say a positive that came out of 2020 because that's kind of a taboo word these days, but for all the things that we had to endure, to be able to come up with such an awesome platform and the technology things that we have, I think certainly it's pretty fantastic. It's going to be a part of it moving forward. So who knows who will be able to join us on all of our events in the future and how we'll be able to run things. It's a phenomenal couple of days already, utilizing all these new tools. And, if there's anything that came out of it that was great, this certainly did that.
Yeah, I would agree with a lot that Matt said. It's one of those things where I would have enjoyed to say I was in the environment that the athletes and the few staff members are, who are downstairs at the ITRC. I think it's so cool though that we're watching the bowling, we're talking in different places, we have a full ocean between us to be able to kind of sit here, come together, and chat about bowling, which is pretty neat. It definitely a lot of fun with the technology moving forward. So for that aspect of it, it's certainly cool. And we're going to bring one more person into the chat here real quick, Verity. So we're going to get a quick on-lane update from one of the ball reps. So let's say hello to Mr. Nathan Bohr.
Hey guys, thanks for having me again.
Hi Nathan, we got a report.
Surprised you wanted me back.
Well, we had to have you after all the excitement yesterday. So we're now joined by Nathan Bohr and Verity Crawley as well. So Nathan.
Hi, Verity.
Hi, Nathan.
But we got a report from JT that Aaron McCarthy's starting to basically get on fire here. So
Yeah.
what are you seeing here?
Yeah, she's starting to do Aaron McCarthy things. So you got one more. All right. Yeah. So we started with the recoil. Started with the recoil game 1. It was a little slippy. It's her favorite. The recoil's her favorite ball. So she decided she wanted to start with that. Not a problem. I'd much rather a player make a decision like that. It got a little slippy through the mid lane, and transition hit. Oil started going down the lane real quick, like 7th or 8th frame in game 1, and her ball reaction kind of went away. On that fill shot, we went to a forged flare, and now she's just striking at will.
Yeah, big 279 in game 2.
Yeah.
At let's see, what's she?
250 this game.
250 this game. All right.
Yeah.
So moving right along. So that's good to see. That's got to be you mentioned Aaron McCarthy doing Aaron McCarthy things,
Right.
which usually involves striking quite a bit. But how good does it feel to see her tossing new stuff and finding some strikes here in the early going?
Yeah. I had every confidence in her ability to read the lanes, react, and decide which ball she likes and which one she wants to throw. But the coolest thing about Erin is that she really doesn't get rattled. And so there were a lot of strikes game 1, and her ball actually wasn't great. She didn't throw it great, but all it took was seeing her ball do the right thing one time in that fill shot, and she loosened up and got her hand going the right way, and now she's ready to go.
All right, Nathan, one final question for you.
Yeah.
If Verity was bowling today,
Yeah.
what would she be at after 3 games? Plus what?
Man, I hate these questions because I hear that all the time. I hear, oh man, if you'd have been bowling, you'd have crushed it. But I know.
It's okay. You can say I would be minus 100. It's fine.
No, not minus 100. I know Verity wants to be here more than anything, and I hope we can get you back, V, in a few months. But after 3, let's see. Aaron's got 736, so Verity 735.
I would be totally okay with that.
But
We can actually just put my score up if you want, guys.
Yeah. Well, I'll be just fine. You can be 1 pin below either Maria or Aaron the rest of the week.
Okay, as long as they're 1-2, that's fine.
But no. It's so much fun to just see balls go down the lane and watching scores and watching ball reaction and taking notes. Can't wait to finish the week. Can't wait to finish the season. And Verity, you and Daria, hurry back.
We will. Thanks.
All right, thanks, Nathan.
Thank you, guys.
We'll see you soon, bud.
All right, thank you.
All right, a big thanks again to Nathan Bohr for joining us. Verity, 135 over for 3. Is that low, high? How you feel?
I'm quite content with that. As long as I keep it up for the next 3, we're good.
Fantastic. Aaron did finish with 257 that game. So, we'll probably expect to see her right around the top of the standings once we get through game number 3. Verity, as we kind of wrap up game 3, we'll let you get going as they get into game 4. But, for just all the fans, all the folks who've reached out to you, kind of what's your last message to them? And hopefully we have you a few times throughout the course of the broadcast. You just let us know. We'll bring you on to join. But, just to all the fans out there, what do you have to say to them for all the support?
Just thank you. I really appreciate it. I wish I could give everyone a big hug, but it will be a COVID air hug sent to everybody.
A COVID air hug. I like that. We're going to have to work that into our repertoire, Matt. I don't know if we can pull that off right now. It's just like...
Just bring it in.
Then you have to
Just
do
bring
this,
it
so
in.
it's like,
We got to go all the way around. Okay.
there you go.
Oh, that's good stuff. Well, Verity, once again, thank you so much for joining us here. We hope to hear from you a few times throughout the course of the week, and obviously, we definitely want to see you back on the lanes here soon. So best of luck. I know all the Bull TV fans were excited to see you and hear from you. So we appreciate the time, and hopefully we'll get to talk to you a few more times this week.
Yeah, speak to you soon, guys.
All
Thanks,
right,
Beardy.
take
We'll
care.
see you soon.
Bye.
Aaron,
All right.
I'm a big fan of these live looks and these the ball reps, and everybody's so entertaining. Thank goodness, because we certainly are not. So they all bring some level of humor and entertainment. And Nathan Bohr every time, and of course the fans love the players and the fact that we can bring them in, whether it be from across the ocean or from across the street at the hotel, whether in between blocks. Looking forward to all of that. It's just it's a terrific thing we're able to do now.
Yeah, it's a new element to the broadcast. So, and this is our first time really doing it outside the podcast yesterday. So, it's we're getting there, folks. It's so cool. It's so different, and I think it's going to be a fun thing throughout the course of the 2021 tour season, not just for PWBA, but for other events as well. I could definitely see this being a very useful way to kind of watch an event and have fun and just enjoy bowling. So big thank you to Verdi for joining us. Of course, Nathan had an update from Matt McNeil as well. Tennille so far today as we get ready for game number 4 coming up. I think we do have an additional scheduled guest coming in at 11:30 local time. So in about 4 minutes, PWBA member Linda Walbum's going to hop on in for a little bit and chat about bowling going on. So with that, we're going to take a quick break away. We're going to just let the bowling play in the background, and we will have a quick ad coming up from our partners at Storm as well. So be on the lookout for that. But folks, enjoy the end of game 4. We'll be right back here on BowlTV.com.
We don't wait for opportunity.
We create it. We don't work for recognition.
We do work worthy of recognition.
It's not about being perfect.
It's about effort.
We are
Storm.
All right, everybody, we are back at the action. Game 4 of 9 here for A Squad qualifying at the 2021 PWBA Bowlers Journal Classic, which is part of the PWBA Kickoff Classic Series, taking place at the International Training and Research Center in Arlington, Texas. My name's Aaron Smith, sitting alongside Matt Cannizzaro. Matt, as we prepare, we're behind lanes 1 through 4 right now this game. We'll get you folks a score update while we can, but we have another guest to join the Bowl TV booth, so we'll bring her in just a moment here. So let's say hello to Linda Walbom. Linda, can you hear us?
I can. Good morning, gentlemen. Well, it's almost good afternoon for you, right?
Yeah, we are on the cusp of noon. So it's great to see you. Thank you for taking some time out to join us. What's new with you and how you been?
Well, thank you for having me. I was pushed myself a little out of my comfort zone and thought I would try to rival Matt. He's so good at this stuff. So everything's good for us. My family's good. We are in Colorado, so we've had a little bit different, story for the last 10 months. We did close down in the beginning, but we've really, our numbers are going down, so we were able to get back to bowling for league with some capacity limits and things like that. But we've been fortunate enough to sort of stay open during all of this.
I got you. You mentioned bowling league, or kind of bowling centers opening up. How much have you been on the lanes the past few months?
Well, not anywhere near as much as I would like. I did. I still have a full-time job, so my daughter bowls juniors, so I've spent quite a bit of my Saturdays trying to practice while she's bowling, and then we practice afterwards. Juniors were shut down. We kind of had what they called a halftime break. We kind of had to end our league in the late November, and then we just started back up last week. I am fortunate enough. I have a really great center that works with me here in Northern Colorado, so I was able to get out and do some practicing, without everything really being completely open. So we'd love to spend more time, of course, but.
Well, Linda, thank you first for the kind words and for joining us here today. I know you're being a little bit modest here. And for most of us, there were ups and downs to the whole 2020, the quarantine and being at home, but you look great. You've had an amazing transformation of your own. You've been very, very busy. Whether you were not able to bowl, you took advantage of the time away to kind of reset some aspects of your life. I imagine in a way to also prepare for your time as an athlete, as a bowler on the PWBA Tour. Tell us about that, because we're going to talk a lot about the players as athletes. Danielle McEwen, one we're seeing here, especially the players have been doing workouts, bringing exercise bikes into the hotel rooms. That has become a huge part of being a PWBA Tour athlete. We've got dietitians and nutritionists and personal trainers all in the mix, all part of the program. And you have gotten on board with that as well, and now you're going to be helping other people too. So tell us about that and how important that is to what you ladies do out here on tour.
Oh, Matt, you are just so sweet. But yes, I actually met my health coach on tour in 2019, Valerie Bercier, who's actually on your screen right now. She's an amazing, just an amazing person, but amazing bowler to go with that. She is a health coach. I met her through Kelly Kulik in Tucson at one of the ladies' stops in 2019, and I started my journey late. August of 2019, and I have changed how I eat and what I eat, and just my it's as much as it's a diet, it's not really a diet, it's a program, and as much as it's changing your food, it's also changing your mental state and really changing how you think about everything, not just food. So which it's really helped me. I don't honestly know where I would be today if I hadn't started that before the pandemic, because there were times, I think we all felt them, when we were just like, oh my goodness, what is going to happen? And like everything was doomsday. And this program helped me to stay much more positive and to, count my blessings instead of always looking at the negatives. It's an amazing program.
As we know, and as you mentioned, not really a diet, but a lifestyle change, especially in the PWBA world, where the days sometimes go on and on. The events can back up so many games over a couple of days. This particular event, it's 9 games today, which doesn't maybe sound like a lot to folks who aren't as familiar, but under these circumstances, 9 games is pretty grueling on the body, and both mentally and physically. And then to know that if you do make the cut, you're coming back for 12 more games, and then that's just the beginning of the week. So all of these choices and changes to be able to help you endure those days on the lanes physically and mentally, and be prepared to fuel yourself really to be able to compete at your best, and the exercise and the food all works together to really, this tour has become just athletes going out there and doing athletic things, and it's really awesome to see.
It is. I remember the days where we were bowling the 2 8-game blocks, and I was probably 80 pounds or more heavier and dragging bowling balls. And you're right. I remember, and not to throw it out there, but I'm quite a bit older than most of these ladies that are out there. So I remember the days literally crawling into bed and barely being able to get out of bed the next morning because you were so sore and so tired. Of course, I haven't bowled that much in a day lately, but I don't feel the soreness. I don't feel the tiredness as much as I did. You're always mentally tired because it is grueling, but the physical aspect has changed immensely for me.
Now we know for this event in particular, there's a lot of thought that went into players being able to go to the event or not, staying home. During the off season, there was an opportunity for players to try new things and new jobs and go in different directions. So for those who are not here, yourself included, of course, what does the near future look like as far as being able to compete more, being comfortable with being there, and just it's a huge historic PWBA Tour season with prize fund and number of events. So there's a lot ahead, but so much uncertainty as well.
Very true. And I fully, when this schedule was announced, I fully intended to be in Texas. One of my dreams has been to bowl at the training center. So I was all about it. And then I had actually scheduled, almost booked flights and got everything set up. But then we had the tour call regarding the COVID protocols and all of the things that were going to have to happen. And unfortunately, my husband and I both work full-time jobs. So the plan was originally to bring my daughter with, because she was doing school online, so we could do it from anywhere. But there are no spectators, and with all of the protocols and the testing and having to stay, either in your room or at the venue, I could not bring my daughter. So for me, unfortunately, my decision was made for me because I couldn't leave her home alone. My husband works in it's January in Colorado, and he's required to do snow removal if it snows at the airport. So, it's going to snow in January. It's Denver, Colorado. So I unfortunately am not there, and I'm missing it terribly.
Well, we appreciate the support from a distance, and hopefully, again, you got to be on the inside a little bit with some of the protocols and the things that went into making this event happen. So the commitment that was required of the players and staff to be able to have this happen. Any first impressions so far you've been able to see, hopefully, some of yesterday's podcast during practice, get some of the thoughts from the players and ball reps, but just being at home, being a fan, being a PWBA member, just seeing it finally happen. Any feelings or emotions and first impressions from you?
Well, the emotions kind of range. You go from excited to kind of bummed out because I couldn't go, and then you're excited for all the ladies and all your friends. I mean, we all miss each other. I know that it's not just a tour; it's a family. And I know that Tennille and Jason and Rob and all the staff went through lots of hoops, in my opinion, to get this to go. And I'm so grateful that they were able to get it to happen for the ladies. I think it's amazing.
It certainly is, and we are excited about the return of the PWBA here. We got some scores we'll read off real quick here after game number 3. Erin McCarthy moves into the lead, 721 for her first 3 after 257 that last game. So we might have to look at that. So I don't see a 279 for her now. So we'll have to send a note to Tennille. But right now, Dasha Kovalova, 699, Jillian Martin, 695, Maria Balanova, 689, and Missy Parkin, 681. Your top 5 at the moment. Linda, you mentioned working with Valerie Bercier, and we've had quite a few episodes of Bowling Explained with Jason Thomas, who's also been working with Valerie. And Matt, I believe you've had some opportunities to work with her as well. So as the only person on this broadcast right now to have not worked with Valerie, what are some of the things about the program that just made it work for you?
For me, it was the ease of it. It really was just, it's what they call goof proof. And it really is. It's very easy, especially in the weight loss phase. And then when you move into the next phase, which is transition, it makes it easy. I mean, all the information is handed to you, and yes, our fuelings and the food that comes with it's really good, first of all, but it's also, it's all nutritionally balanced. So it just makes it so easy. And the community of support, we have our coaching, we have a whole team of coaches, but you have, there's a Facebook group that you would join once you're a part of the program, and just hundreds of people who are so inspiring and encouraging. It's just an amazing, not just the program, but the people that are a part of it. And Valerie is one of the most amazing people I've ever met.
I absolutely would agree with the community aspect of it. Erin, I know you were around for the early parts of 2020 when I made my personal goals to make some adjustments and take advantage of the time at home. And I did a lot of the work on my own, and knowing what was coming up for us in 2021, looking at the travel schedule, 300 plus days on a year on the road, I needed to get all of the components in place, not just the exercise and having my own kitchen here. So getting on board with Valerie and Heather and just all the folks in the community, seeing, as Linda mentioned, the ease of it is that everything is mobile. You can just grab it and have it with you, especially as you travel, as you compete. You get in the habit of doing things at certain times, and there's no cooking involved per se. So you just follow the schedule, and then if you have any questions or need support, there's places, especially in this world, the bowling world, there are many, many bowlers involved. So they have had success. They're motivated and support. And I was very much looking forward to taking that part of the plan on the road. That was just the last couple months of my personal journey. But having been to headquarters and walking up the stairs thinking that the amount of weight lost at that point would have been the equivalent to carrying more than a 3-ball tote up the stairs. That's unbelievable, because those are pretty heavy. So to be able to keep that momentum going and focus on all things, because I think for a lot of us, we make the excuses about being on the road and traveling, being difficult to keep things going and keeping the progress that we've made while being at home. And we see it with the players this week. Again, Danielle setting up an exercise bike in her room, and most of the players posting about workouts and different things they've been able to do in their rooms with minimal equipment. That is the focus that I needed now, moving on to the transition part of this, where it becomes a lifestyle and not just a temporary change. So I enjoy looking at the groups and following the progress, especially of people I know, and the bowlers and Linda. And I've known Linda for many years now. We talked to her back in the old days of the OC, Aaron. You might remember back in 2011, I believe, a 790 series in the singles event to make her way into the record books at the Open Championships. That's where we started our USBC careers, and still up in the rankings at the OC. So to see over the years and the transition and the support, it's all just been phenomenal, and to see it day to day. And Valerie's still making her calls and calling her clients while she's at the event in her downtime. So it's all been phenomenal. It's all been many pieces to a big puzzle, and hoping to continue all that as 21 progresses.
Well, you had
I
me at
actually spoke to Valerie. Sorry, Jason. I actually spoke to Valerie yesterday for my check-in call. She was showing me the room and what they're doing, and I think it's amazing. Great. I just hats off to everybody who managed to pull this together.
We had some great looks inside those rooms and what the players are up to. We'll have a daily vlog coming from inside, and all the players are sending in video footage to our video team, and we're putting that together just to get a look at really live inside this PWBA Tour event. Beyond what you're seeing on the lanes here, there's just so much to it, from where the players are staying and what they're eating and how they're doing it, all the protocols. It's really going to be cool. We saw the first one this morning. Just so much positivity, and I think that's awesome. Not the bad kind of positivity, the good kind around this event. Hoping that it will continue to be such a great success, and all the players so inspirational and motivational. As they work through all this, and just so excited to be actually bowling again.
I will say, Matt, you had me hooked at the no cooking part, so that was. I enjoyed the sound of that. As we take a look here on lanes 1 through 4, we're actually getting a report from Jason Thomas about some big scores potentially going up on 9 and 10, so we'll make the switch there. For Valerie, unable to turn it into a double. A lot of 9 counts so far on 3 and 4, but still trying to work out the right combination to get them all to fall consistently. And that's been a talk from quite a few of the ball reps throughout the course of the week that for these first 2 patterns, from what they saw yesterday, getting to the pocket shouldn't be an issue, but it's more about finding ways to carry consistently was going to be the big trend for these first 2 events, the Bowlers Journal Classic and the ITRC Classic. Linda, for you, just kind of seeing where the folks are playing here on this 39-foot pattern, how would you be attacking this from the fresh and kind of as the pattern developed, just kind of from watching here?
Well, it's I'm probably the least technical of your guests. My game, I tend to like to stay right and to be more down and in. It looks like they were able to do that in the beginning, but I have noticed Danielle has jumped quite a ways left from where she was in the beginning. I think that I don't know. I mean, and they were saying earlier it's the ice oil, so is that what I heard? They're using ice.
It's a combination, actually, for this one of fire and ice.
Ah, okay. So yeah, that throws another degree of difficulty in there, huh? So I would try to stay as far right as possible until I'm forced to move left. I don't. Although Erin doesn't look like she's too far. That was a good shot. It looks like they're trying to stay in and around where that second, third arrow looks like that seems to be the break point. Just depends on where they hit it at the, down the lane. I did see a couple earlier shots that looked pretty good off their hands, and then it just kind of sailed right and never quite made it back. So that might be the design of the pattern.
And
we've had some.
Oh, go ahead, Matt.
we've had some great thoughts so far from the players and from the ball reps on what they were expecting, what they were seeing early. Later tonight, we're going to hear from Nick Hoagland, who has played a big role in the recent years of the PWBA Tour in helping design the patterns and, of course, utilizing all of the tools available from Kegel, including the ability to use two different types of oil in the same pattern. So as if it wasn't challenging enough at times, now we're able to put fire in one direction, ice in the other, and just make it just infinitely more options and more challenging.
Now, Jillian Martin, our youngest competitor in the field this week, I believe 16 years old, is up on lane 10. She has a chance to shoot 267 this game. We had Verity Crawley talk a little bit about her earlier in the broadcast, and there is another one for the young standout junior Team USA member and someone who has found a lot of success at the Storm Youth Championships as well. Linda, for you, when you kind of get to see this next generation, the Jillians and some of the players just coming out on tour, who are some of your favorites to watch when you're not out there competing?
Well, I don't know much about the youngest generation, but boy, I tell you that middle generation, I'm at a loss here. I love to watch Verity. I mean, you just had Verity on; she's amazing. Jordan is fun to watch. Just the way they attack the lanes. I don't know much about those college kids. I'm old. I'm waiting to put my daughter into college, so. It's hard to keep up with all that in our world because we have so many sports in our family right now. My daughter loves to bowl, but she hooked into softball this year since we were struggling to get into the bowling center, and she's found a very nice niche there. And of course, that my husband and my daughter both raced cars, so it's hard for me to keep up with the youngest generation. But I did watch Jillian Martin's a little bit, and amazing. That's the product of our junior programs that we've put so much time and effort into across the country, and the junior gold and the Storm Youth Championships and everything that they're doing. It's so nice to see bowling being built back up from the bottom up, and because we kind of hit a lull there for a while where participation was going down. I know that Colorado made it a statement a couple of years ago that they were going to bring bowling back into the high schools, they've never been in the high schools here. I bowled in high school back in Illinois. The CHASA Association talked about having bowling as a high school sport here. So I've been waiting for those announcements to happen here.
Of course. And Aaron McCarthy finishing up here. Dasha Kovalova as well on lanes 9 and 10. Aaron looking for one more. Finds a little bit of hold there, adds another one. She is our tournament leader after 3 games as we prepare for the end of game 4 and into game 5. Dasha with the ever tricky 3.69.10 can still get to 222. And for Jillian, it's still an opportunity to shoot 267.
Aaron, it's very important also to point out, you had Aaron McCarthy on the PWBA podcast a couple times during 2020. All of her work on the front lines as a nurse. So maybe less time in the bowling center, more time, helping the world save lives and transition to a healthier 2021. So it doesn't look like she's missed any time out there at the bowling center during everything, but it was amazing to hear, her story and her background and all that she did and went through in the last year since we saw her last compete, and then to come out here and bowl so effortlessly, with new equipment, even, just again, she's been an inspiration during this whole thing. She's one of many, but just a really cool aspect and a terrific storyline for this week's event too.
Yeah, it's been interesting for Aaron because she essentially works at a pair of hospitals in Omaha, Nebraska, as part of primarily now COVID-19 units. So her job keeps her very busy. And, that's one thing she's talked about with her bowling in the past is that, there are some players who can put 100% of their time and effort into their bowling. That's everything that they do. But, Aaron, as Linda mentioned, full-time jobs. So, you gotta give and take a little bit with that relationship in order to, be sure you're doing everything professionally on the work side as well as on the bowling side to get ready. So, Linda, for you, that's I can imagine that's a tough balance. You know, you kind of talked about that a little bit earlier, thinking about heading out to this event, but what's when you're out competing, what's the work versus bowling balance that you kind of have to maintain out there?
Well, I'm pretty lucky. I work for a technology company, so I can work from almost anywhere. I even before the pandemic hit, I was working from home anyway. So I was trying to hit as many of the stops. So if I plan it right, I can, the old schedule, the Thursday, Friday, Saturday. If I plan it right, I can leave Wednesday night. I can work Thursday out of a hotel, do the practice Thursday afternoon, and then the qualifying I just take a single day off for qualifying on Friday. But even then, after qualifying, I would have to log back in. I'm in sales, so if I don't work, I don't make commissions. So that's kind of what keeps me going. So yeah, I've been very fortunate. I've had wonderful managers in my careers to allow me to do that. So it's been really nice. Now the difference for me this year and in the past couple of years is that my daughter will be 14 this year. So our plan for 2020 was to absolutely be out traveling through the country. We were going to drive to some of them. I have family in Illinois, and just kind of set up a path across the country. And of course, that all changed. My daughter and I were actually in Las Vegas for the Golden Ladies tournament when they shut it down last March. So never thought in a million years I'd see Vegas dark, but that's where we were.
Yeah, definitely one of the cool aspects of tour life is getting to see so many parts of the country and getting to travel. As Jillian Martin is going to have her fill ball here for 267. Linda, what are some of the favorite places you've traveled to so far for competing?
Oh man, I loved going into Sonoma and into Sacramento, the California stops. I did not get to go. I think they were in Fountain Bowl, and I didn't get to go there. The whole West Coast. I did go to Kentucky. I have family that lives in Ohio, so I was able to hit the Kentucky stop a couple years ago. I'm just so excited. I just love to see new places, and especially when it's warm. Like I'm getting too old for this cold weather here in Colorado, so we are now talking about moving south somewhere soon. So, but California is beautiful. I don't think I could actually live there. It's a little expensive, but I love visiting Sacramento. I mean, the centers in Sonoma and Sacramento, they were so sweet and they were so good to all of the bowlers. Steve Cook is just an amazing person. So if we get to go back to Sacramento, I can't wait.
Yeah, definitely some great stops, some great proprietors out there as well. Linda, as we wrap up game number 4 here, just we'll let you get back to your day, but just kind of any final closing thoughts here for for the 2021 PWBA Tour season and to the folks on Bowl TV.
Well, thanks to Bowl TV, they've done an amazing job. Thanks to you guys for being ever so great at what you do. And thanks to the tour. And I'm hoping that the protocols will change enough so that I can travel and join the ladies this year. Hopefully in April. By then we'll be under different requirements, and my daughter will be able to join me to hang out. And she wants to travel just as much as I do. So I appreciate everything that you guys have done and everything. Bowl TV for making this free for the week, and they only have to come up with a membership for the match play, which I think is definitely worth the money. So way to go, Bowl TV. Matt, Aaron, you guys are doing a great job. Thanks for keeping us up to date on everything that's going on.
Thank you as always for the kind words. We appreciate it. Again, we look forward to seeing you back on the lanes very soon and here on Bowl TV the rest of the week.
Thanks, Matt. Have a good week, you guys.
All right. Thanks, Linda.
Bye-bye.
All right, that was Linda Walbaum joining us here on Bowl TV for Game 4 as we get ready for Game 5. That's usually what happens next, right, Matt?
That's it. Typically, that's how it goes. We're rolling through. It's going so fast, though. We might just go right to Game 6.
Hey, that is. Let's see. It looks like we're kind of we're making the transition to the next pair across the house. So we will take a quick second to remove the lanes for a quick second. Let's take this opportunity real quick here, Matthew. We got so many great sponsors to help us out throughout the course of the PWBA Tour season. You can find those on our product registration page on pwba.com. But we'd like to just take a quick second here. There we go. We got it to work. It's always fun on day one, right, Matt? But I want to give a shout out to our friends over at Brunswick, the new Brunswick Knockout featuring the proven melee core and Savvy Hook 3.0 Solid is available now. You can check that out at www.brunswickbowling.com for more information. We had a few players even mentioned in talking to Dasha Kovalova that bowling ball is looking pretty good for her throughout the course of the practice session yesterday. So be sure to check that out from our good friends at Brunswick. Matt, what pair you want to go to next here for game number 5?
So much pressure, and I kept picking the same one. Let's go 1 through 4 this time.
1 through 4? All right.
I like 1 and 2 at this particular facility, so let's see what these folks have for us.
All right, Matt, you got to tell us a little bit why you like 1 and 2 now, because it'll remind us of a better time when you used to bowl a little bit more.
Back in the old days, since we have some time with the players moving pairs now, we don't have to talk about real bowling. We'll talk about my career. And at the ITRC, I was fortunate enough to roll a pair of 300 games at this amazing facility. First one was on 1 and 2, and the other one was on 9 and 10. So back in the day, we had the opportunity to bowl our employee league after work hours downstairs at the ITRC. A lot of fun hanging out, trying different patterns and different things. And 2 highlights of my personal bowling career happened in that venue. I don't want to brag and say I was the first left-hander to achieve that, or the first person to do it twice, but I did. It wasn't on these challenging oil patterns we're seeing for the PWBA Tour this week, but still very special nonetheless. So personal highlight there. I know more folks would like to hear about what Shannon and Stephanie and all the players are up to during this event, but glad that we're able to share some of our personal thoughts and successes as well.
Absolutely. I'd go into mine, but I don't have any. So that's nice and short and sweet. All right. So we're on lanes 1 through 4. So for game 5, we should be seeing Jordan Richard, Ashley Galante, and Sandra Gongora on 1 and 2, and Brianna Cote, Stephanie Martins, and Jacqueline Evans on 3 and 4. Folks, as we finished up with Linda there, she mentioned the opportunity to check things out, and we have such a great crowd support right now on bowltv.com. Qualifying and match play for free just with a user login, which is also free to create. So you can watch all the bowling throughout the course of this week here at the ITRC. The stepladder finals will require a subscription, so you have 4 options to choose from. You have if you're planning to watch the PWBA and all the great stuff Bowl TV has to offer throughout the course of the year, it is definitely worth looking into the annual recurring subscription for $79.95. That gets you everything throughout the course of the entire 2021 season. Monthly pass for $9.95. It's also recurring. If you just want to watch the bowling this weekend, $12.95 will get you access to all 4 stepladder finals. And of course, if you have just one particular event you want to watch the final of, maybe your favorite player is competing for the title, you can pick that up for $4.95 individually. So all those available on bowltv.com. If you click on the Join Now option, it's available. You can get that below the video if you're not in full screen mode, or if you're using the panels to the side. We haven't talked too much about that. You see the Bowl TV chat, but if you kind of move on there, we have the Join Now button, we have the schedule, and we also have a link to the tournament information. So you can it's your one-stop shop for all tournament information about the Classic Series. So we hope you can check that out as well. But that's kind of the rundown for this week as we get ready for game number 5.
Aaron, you keep saying the F word, and it's one of my favorite words of all time is free. So anytime something's free, it's definitely worth checking out. And if you watch this free coverage of qualifying and match play, it'll be hard not to want to get this subscription to watch the stepladder finals. Of course, that's typically the most exciting part of the event. It's where we crown the champions, and that's where we sometimes bring in real, excellent, trained, experienced broadcasters to bring you the action as well. So you never know what you're going to get, but a little free taste of it along the way here, and then can't not want to subscribe and watch it all conclude.
And taking a look in the Bowl TV chat, there is someone who's pretty good at bowling who made a quick note. So Leanne Hulsenberg checking in, the PWBA and USBC Hall of Famer, saying, Matt can bowl, with an exclamation point. I would have gone with a question mark there personally, but thank you, Leanne, for joining us here on Bowl TV. Thank you to everyone for joining the Bowl TV chat as well. There's a lot going on. So we definitely love the Bowl TV community as well. A lot of great folks in there who have followed us for a couple seasons now, since we switched to the new platform in 2019. So shout out to Jennifer, to Chris, and a few of the other familiar faces we see in the chat. So thank you for joining us as well.
There's some comedians in there, so if you need some entertainment, for sure, that's the place to be. Some, again, familiar faces and entertaining folks, Hall of Famers, longtime viewers. You never know what you're going to get. Justin Bowie checking in, probably from somewhere at the IBC. I thought Florida was your favorite F word. It's up there, but free is even better. So good stuff, great bowling, and we're only on just day one of this great event.
That's true. Let's just really quickly go through the Bowl TV chat over here. I have multiple computers set up, so that's why I'm looking this way. But yes, I'm still keeping an eye on the action bet. So hello to Michelle, Alyssa, as you mentioned, Justin. Let's see, we have Brenda, Tabitha, Bill Walters. How you doing, Bill? Jerry Johnson, Selwyn, Heston, Jennifer, Leanne Wilfredo. Got Paulie, got William, Ben, Brian. You all know who you are. Got Carl in there. I see Will. I see Marion. Cheryl joining as well. We got Kay. We got Matt. That's not you, Matt Canzaro. That's Matt Norris. Terrence as well. So a big thanks to all these folks for joining in the chat here. Jessica, Jonathan, Terry as well. Got a great question from Fish to Win Chris. It's quite a name. I don't know if to call him Fish or Chris, but can you explain what the ITRC is and how it is laid out for people who aren't familiar with it? So I'll take a crack at that, and then Matt, you can come and finish up for me. But the ITRC is essentially the home of Team USA. So this is the official Team USA training facility. Both the adult and junior team come here for a camp each and every year, outside of last year with 2020. But this is one of the ultimate training facilities in the nation, not just the nation, but the world as well. You have 14 lanes on this side of the venue. There's also 6 lanes for the research side for our equipment and specifications team to do all their testing and cool stuff that they do behind the scenes to make sure all the new products that come out are USBC certified and able to roll down the lane with the proper certification. But within these 14 lanes, we're using 12 of them this week in the training center. All lanes, pretty much have all the training tools you can think of, as far as Specto and a few other things that I'm sure I'm forgetting right now, but you can pull up all that information throughout the course, of a practice session there. They have an on-site pro shop as well. Lou Marquez taking care of business there. He is a USBC Gold coach and just all around nice guy. So shout out to Lou. And Nick Harishny is our mechanic, he does everything there. So shout out to Nick as well. But, for folks, obviously this is a PWBA event going on. We talked about being in the training center for Team USA, but it's also open to the public. And, most circumstances, obviously not open this week for the tournament. But, for bowlers who are in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, this is actually Arlington specifically. But you get the opportunity to come in if you like to practice for an hour. You have the ability to use some of the tools. You can set it up. You can bowl on different oil patterns. That's all options throughout the course of coming in for a training session. So to learn more about that, of course, visit bowlingitrc.com. It's just an incredible venue. It's got a gym in it too, as well, for athletes to use. But Matt, what am I missing there?
Well, you did hit it pretty well. I think the biggest misconception is that it's only for elite players or Team USA members, and that's in fact not the case. All UFBC members are welcome at the ITRC, the ability to come in on any given day, really, and under normal circumstances, of course, get to bowl on any variety of oil patterns if you're preparing for an upcoming event, any kind of regional event, or just want to challenge yourself on a challenging condition. They're able to lay out just about anything for you with some advance notice. A great coaching world there as well. They have all of the tools in place. You're able to go in and set up, a half day or a full day of training with any variety of coaches. You can customize your training plan if you have an interest in learning more about bowling balls and laying them out and surface changes and all that good stuff, or if it's more of a physical thing for you, they're able to customize exactly what your experience would be like. Again, all USBC members welcome. You can call ahead and set that up, ask any questions. Also, and you can't see it right now with the way that the scoreboard is set up, but there's actually flags that hang across the ceiling at the ITRC, and those generally represent all of the different countries that have been represented in some sort of training fashion at the ITRC, whether it be just international teams coming in as team groups to prepare for an upcoming event, bowlers from different countries individually, collegiatally, all these great teams. They also have bowling pins signed by all those groups that come in. So if you're able to see that, there's a great meeting room there too that has all that on display. It's really a one-of-a-kind experience, and so close to so many other things in the entertainment district here in Arlington area. We haven't mentioned it at all, of course. From the offices at the ITRC, we also have the International Bowling Museum and Hall of Fame, if you're a fan of bowling history. Also, right down the street, AT&T Stadium, home of the Dallas Cowboys. Always something great happening there, concert-wise, game-wise. And then, of course, the Texas Rangers play nearby with two stadiums, not just one, but two. Their old stadium now available for other sporting events and activities. So just a bazillion things to do. And even from many of the offices at the IBC, you can see Six Flags Over Texas. So you can make a weekend of it. If you pick the right weekend, you can come in, you can have a half day or a full day lesson at the ITRC, check out the museum, learn a little bit about bowling, go watch the Cowboys, watch the Rangers, go ride a roller coaster, and do all that by walking around. You don't even need a car. As players this week, they're walking back and forth to the hotel across the street. So just so much happening. And just so much that folks just don't know about it just because they haven't asked.
Excellent stuff there, Matthew. We do have scores available and storylines galore happening here. Jillian Martin, our young standout, after her 267 in Game 4, has moved into the top spot of A squad here after 4 games. She's now at plus 162, 962 her 4-game total. That's a 240 plus average. 231, 231, 233, and 267 for the junior Team USA member. She takes over the top spot from Erin McCarthy, who's now in second at plus 137. Dasha Kovalova, our breakout star from 2019, in third, plus 110. Missy Parkin, plus 97, and Ashley Galante currently on our featured pair. Plus 92 rounds out your top 5. Looking a little bit farther down, into the top 10. Danielle McEwen at plus 75, Maria Belanova at plus 71, Valerie Bercier plus 64, and then Jordan Richard and Brianna Cote tied at plus 40 to round out the top 10. So some big scores from Jillian. There we go.
As expected, Aaron, we talked to her dad yesterday and all of his support. As a dad, more than on the bowling side of it, she's got great coaches for that. Has tested herself in many of the top tier events, able to do so based on her school schedule and online classes and just all the things that technology allows. We've seen her, as we mentioned, at the U.S. Women's Open and various PWBA events, junior gold, and just everywhere. And you keep putting yourself in position and testing yourself against the best. You're going to improve, and she certainly has. And now the front runner after 4 games here, making Stowe, Ohio, very proud here early at the Boys Runner Classic.
Well, Matt, we're going to have some special guests join us in just a moment. But before we get to that, we would like to say that for the good folks at Rotogrip, everything they do is done because they want to put you in a position to dominate.
Are we dominating so far, do you think?
We're working on it. They make equipment that makes you the best because it's not your name up there next to your score. It's your reputation. So be sure to visit rotogrip.com to view to view their complete line of high performance bowling balls. So big thank you to Rotogrip, a proud sponsor of the PWBA Tour. And now one of our guests, a member of Team Rotogrip, along with her best friend. She's a member of Team Hammer, so I'm sure some fun conversations about that. But we're going to bring in Shafani Show. Shannon O'Keefe, Stephanie Johnson.
Hey!
There they are. Hello.
From across the street. Yeah, we just got done with push-ups, so we're ready to go for the day.
So what's the number of push-ups needed for prior to bowling to make it, what's the workout total for that?
Just one.
Just
yeah,
one?
Yeah.
I can sign up.
Aaron, you got
this.
I'm ready to sign up for your workout program now. But Shannon, Stephanie, thank you so much for joining us here on BowlTV.com. We're about halfway through the block here at the Bowlers Journal Classic, 39-foot pattern. You guys got to experience it yesterday. What have you been seeing out there so far from A Squad?
The number one thing that I saw is I was actually really surprised to see the girls get so far left so quick. And then the carry down happened and they were struggling with the light, high. That was the one thing that, kind of surprised me. I was surprised they didn't stay straighter longer.
Yeah, same. I mean, we just had that conversation. I mean, during practice session, it's pretty difficult to get a true sense of what a transition is going to be. A lot of the girls are just throwing different balls. We're bowling fairly quickly. We're switching lanes. And then our practice session, we had both patterns. So that made it a different level of challenging. So I do agree with Shannon that we were surprised to see how far left the girls were so quickly.
Gotcha. And, go ahead, Matt.
I would just say now, perhaps an advantage of being on the second squad of the day at this point, now that you've had a chance to see the balls go down the lane for all these games. I know secretly or admittedly you're watching the coverage. Hopefully most of it on the channel, we're talking about it. But now that you've seen some games happen, and how has that changed the game plan moving ahead for you coming up this afternoon?
For me, it hasn't changed the game plan at all. I'm going to do what my bowling ball is telling me to do. Yesterday I felt like I was able to eliminate some bowling balls that weren't even close. I was able to see, kind of where other balls played off of each other and just get comfortable with the environment. I don't ever really take practice session as gospel. It's just, for me, it's getting comfortable, making sure I'm executing good shots, having an idea of where kind of some of my bowling balls fall and what the transition may be if I start changing balls. And outside of that, I feel like Stephanie and I have bowled in this facility so much that we're very familiar with the characteristics of this building. We know that it always wants to get tighter in front of the head pin the more you bowl. And, we have our notes from all the years of practicing there and with Team USA, characteristics of one lane to another. Like 1 and 2 can be very tricky. I'm not going to share why, but it can be very tricky, and we have those notes. So game plan doesn't change. It's just doing what we always do, following our ball motion and executing to the best of our ability.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I don't know that there's an advantage to being on the second squad. I think in some ways it could be a disadvantage for certain players because they do get so set in, well, this worked for the A squad, it has to work for us. Obviously not taking into account all the strip and re-oils that are happening, right, and all of those other variables. So very much what Shannon's mentioning is, we're bowling the lanes, and we're just going to have to listen to what that lane is giving us and make the best educated decisions we can. Right. Bring out an arsenal that's got a couple, your benchmark ball, you got a couple above it, a couple below it, some that are slower, some that are quicker. Because as she mentioned, like certain pairs in the center just have different characteristics. So we just kind of have to be really aware of what's going on and just make those decisions as fast as possible.
Excellent stuff there. Shannon, for you, we have Maria Balanova going to be stepping up on lane 1 here momentarily. She's been pretty consistent throughout the day, and she's putting together another nice game here. I know she was always a pain in your side when she was at Vanderbilt against your McKendree Bearcats.
She was.
But she's someone who knows this facility pretty well, too, from events like the Prairie View A&M. For a player, who's new to tour, what are you from seeing her on the collegiate aspect as she steps up on the far left of your screen? Oh, that's not her. I'm sorry. I thought she was on that pair. But anyway, she's been bowling well. Wow, that was very poor on my part. I'll do better next time. But
we forgive you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. But for Maria, just what have been the things that have impressed you from her collegiate days, and looking forward to seeing her on tour? How much noise do you think she's going to make this year?
Well, she was a complete pain in my side when she told me no, that she didn't want to come to McKendree. So I'm just kidding. It has been, that's one of my favorite things about my job and coaching collegiately is to be able to watch these kids grow and really become super polished players. And she did just that at Vanderbilt under Josie and John. And it's hard to not love watching incredibly talented people throw the bowling ball. And she's one of those. I love watching her bowl. I didn't love it when she doubled in the 10th frame for us to lose the national championship. I didn't love that moment. But outside of that, I really love watching Maria bowl. I think she's very good. I do think, as any young player, at times they may get stuck in, instead of realizing that it was just a bad shot, that they may get wrapped up in, well, I think I need to change balls. And then before you know it, they shoot 150. I think that happens across the board in PWBA competition, regardless of who they are. But I think Maria is going to have a really strong run for that Rookie of the Year. She's just a very good player. She's international. She's competed against us at the Women's World Championship, not just on the youth side. And, she was one of the best players in all of NCAA bowling. So I think Maria is gonna do very well, and it'll be fun to watch.
Well, ladies, at this point, hard to ignore Jillian Martin, who's leading the field.
Who? I've never heard of her. Who is that?
and somebody you might be looking at down the road for a potential position on the McKendree roster. But we've seen her do some cool things, and she's doing them early here at this event. Just as somebody who looks at the next generation, any thoughts there, and any surprises that she's moved ahead of the field at this point through 4 games?
Am I surprised that she's amazing? Absolutely not. She's another one I could just, I think, sit and just watch bowl forever. I think as players, you really, when you see those incredibly talented players, you just have to respect it. And it's truly fun to just watch them compete, whether they're shooting 150 or 250. They're so fun to watch. And Jillian is that. She's extremely talented. But what I love about her when I'm watching her is her youthfulness. Even when she's practicing, like she's pumping her fists and, slapping them out when she's practicing. She truly is approaching the game from this pure, innocent, love for our sport. And it's refreshing to see, honestly. And so she's a lot of fun to watch. She's going to be a lot of fun to watch throughout her career as, she grows up. And when she's ready to come out on tour and dominate, maybe I'll have retired at that point.
I think it's pretty rare that, every so often there's just that special person that just kind of starts to flourish. And even from a younger age, she was always kind of in the limelight of like, who's that, the junior gold and all of that. So watching her on the live stream and just kind of doing her little slap offs and kind of hopping off the approach,
So cute.
It's so adorable because it's so authentic.
Yeah.
And I think oftentimes, we're all guilty of it. We just kind of lose sight of just the love of the game. We're all here. We all want to win. We all want to do great. At the end of the day, one person's going to take home a trophy, but enjoying that process, like seeing it through her eyes. She's less than half our age, I try to think back to when I was 16, it's like, it's such a different ball game, and it's really fun to watch for sure.
Cool. Now, Steph, you have 2 kids, and you're probably about 10 or 12 years away from having this conversation in a totally different light with Kenzie. But your phone potentially could be, ringing off the hook with Shannon O'Keefe trying to recruit her as well. But has there been any talk already about Kenzie from McKendree?
That sounds really cool. So we've obviously exposed them to bowling. We've taken them there. They've had a couple birthday parties, and they've taken to it a little bit, I would say. I don't know that they're loving bowling at this point in their life. I started bowling when I was 6, and Levi is 6 right now. But I just made a pact with Chris that we weren't going to be those parents that made our kids do something just because we did it. And, if they end up enjoying it, even if it's 10 years down the road, then good for them. But we're kind of at the point right now where bowling's fun and we'll get through a game or 2, but it's certainly not something that they're just like, let's go bowling.
Now, Shannon and Stephanie, as we wrap up Game 5 here, Sandra Gongora shot a very nice 246 that game, though. So I owe Sandra that to let everyone know after I had that little mishap earlier. But as we head into Game 6, we have the ability here on Bowl TV to kind of hop around on different pairs. So we will let you 2 decide for the viewers who we're going to watch here on our main channel in the next game.
I'm going to let Stephanie decide because I truly don't care. I'm just so excited that we're watching bowling. And so I don't care. Who do you want to watch?
Let's watch the leader of the pack. Let's watch Jillian.
All right. We're going to use our pairing sheet, which is very helpful in this situation to find out where she is at. All right. Jillian Martin is, let's see, she's going to be Game 6 on 11 and 12. So we'll head over there. As they wrap up that game over there. So give me a second. Matthew, take it away.
All right. Well, ladies, again, we've talked so much about the emotions that have gone along with the PWBA Tour coming back. The last time I saw you guys on the lanes, we were coming off the Pan Am Games in Peru and then the World Championships in Las Vegas. Roller coaster of emotions there. Who knew what was to come? But going out to the lanes of practice yesterday, tell us about the emotions that you felt a little bit, just knowing that official practice was underway. Of course, there were some different emotions shared this morning when competition got underway. But how's all that feeling now that it's so real?
I think it feels amazing. I would say probably leading up to it, everybody's a little excited, anxious, nervous. I think there was a big sigh of relief probably amongst everybody when we found out all the tests were negative. So obviously that is a big check box for us. And we're all just kind of programmed to we just love the adrenaline flow. We love getting on the lanes and having our heart beat a little faster and having that opportunity to obviously do with the people that you care about, you love, and friends of yours, it just makes it that much more special.
Yeah, and I've really tried to not dwell on the fact that we didn't have a tour season last year. I've almost kind of like tried to forget we didn't have a tour season. I work out a lot. I love to run, and I get bored just running and listening to music. And so I go back and I watch old Bowl TV shows and watch old Bowl TV qualifying and shows that I was on and shows that other people were on. And for me, that has been super helpful because it just kind of felt like I was watching an entire season of competition. And so for me, it's like, okay, we're back at it again. And it's not like I've had this influx of excitement. I'm not nervous. This is what we train to do. We're professional athletes. And so for me, it's like, okay, tour is continuing. Awesome. I get to see my best friend a little bit more often, which is amazing. And bowling is happening. And so for me, it's just settling back into the normal groove of competition and the process of, pre-shot routines and executing good shots and trying not to like get wrapped up in the, oh my gosh, we haven't competed in almost 500 days. I'm really trying not to like get caught up in that because that's true. But for most of the people bowling on this PWBA tour didn't have to live what I lived through, which was 12 years of not having a tour. So a year was really not a big deal. I'm busy with my college kids. After the tour ended in 2019, I went straight home to my McKendree kids, and we had an entire season, minus postseason, of normal competition play. And then we had the pandemic, and it was weird to be home during the summer. I didn't realize how hot Southern Illinois got in the summer because I'm usually not there. But, there's some things that happened. We lost a couple dogs over the summer, and I was grateful for the opportunity to be home with them and to love them through their last days. And now we're raising new puppies and to be there through that whole process. And then my kids coming back to school. So for me, I'm really trying to live, day by day and not get wrapped up in the fact that we didn't have it and not get too over emotional with tours back. It's awesome. It's exciting, obviously, for everybody. Everyone's going to look at it differently, but that's just kind of how I'm choosing to approach it. And I'm just going to go to work this afternoon and do the best that I can.
Yeah, being professional athletes, of course, takes a huge commitment. Having kind of a dual life, having real jobs, also a huge commitment. And here you are in this procedures and protocol situation where you're getting to spend time with your best friend who you haven't seen in a while, but at the same time, you have to maintain that balance. What are you doing inside this situation to focus on your bowling and maintain your other life as a coach and keep in touch and stuff for you, jobs and family and other things happening too. But even though you're just a few miles from home, you're in this situation, of course, again, another huge commitment. But how's that aspect of this week going so far?
Well, so for me, I have a couple international girls within my program. And so we have a group me conversation. We have the app. And so Brian and Taylor, she's basically our child now, Taylor Bailey. She graduated last year. She's moved in with us once the pandemic hit, and she's never left. And it's been amazing. And it's really given us that like feeling of parents. We love her. We stress out when she should have been home. Is she okay? Is she safe? And so it's been really fun to do that. But we're trying to bring her in as an assistant coach to our program and give her that kind of feel. And by me being here has really opened the door to give her that opportunity. So Brian and her are taking our girls starting tomorrow for official practice session of the Columbia 300 Maryville Saints invite. So the first NCAA tournament of this semester is this weekend. And so when I'm not bowling, as much as I love you guys and would love to watch Bowl TV, if my girls are competing, I'm going to be watching them. And so, getting them ready and talking to them every day. And they were sending me videos. Taylor was sending me videos of the girls at practice yesterday because it was the first time Brian had seen them practice, or even I'd seen them practice since before Thanksgiving when they went home. And so for me, that is, a really great distraction. So I'm not just sitting here doing nothing. Work is still happening. Emails need to be done. Recruiting stuff has to be done. So all that stuff is normal. Bills have to be paid at home. So all of that just is kind of normal standard procedures. It's weird to be bowling a tour event while the NCAA season is going on, but you know, you just go with it. But as far as like being in the bubble, I said to Steffi the other day, like, man, this feels like it's going so fast. And it's just awesome to be able to share this experience with Stephanie. Pretty much everything that I've ever experienced and or wanted to experience in bowling, it's with this one by my side, and I wouldn't want this any other way.
Yeah, and for me, I mean, obviously the situation is fairly unique. I live 45 minutes from where we are, and, you know, we all had to kind of enter the bubble. So it wasn't even an option, you know, and it wasn't a thought of, well, I'm not going to do that. So I'm very grateful for my support team back home. You know, my husband, Chris, my mom, couldn't be here without them. You know, someone to take the kids to school, someone to pick them up from school, and do all the other things that are in between. So very much like Shannon, you know, I'm still working as well. I do a lot of stuff behind the scenes for a couple of my sponsors. So that kind of never really stops. You know, we just kind of have to really make an effort to compartmentalize, you know, where we are at this moment. You know, at 4 o'clock, we're going to be on the lanes, and that's where the focus is. You know, after that, if we make the cut or we don't make the cut, then it shifts to something else. So
dinner.
Yeah, dinner at 8:30.
We like dinner.
Yeah, so I'm not much of a scoreboard watcher. And through the first couple games, Steffi was pulling up the scores, and I was like, you know, what's 12th place? You know, blah blah blah. But we haven't done that in a couple games, and so for me, that's kind of past. I'm not going to look at the scores then until after our squad is over, because I don't want to have to be sitting there, because I've been caught up in this before, as we all have. You're sitting there and you're like, okay, I only need to get it to 100 over to make the top 12. And then you start pressing and bad shots happen and you try to make it strike and you know that never works. It's like the pins just know. And so for me, you know, I'm done with the scoreboard watching thing. It's fun to see where the ladies are playing. It's hard to see what type of balls they're throwing right now, but that's why we have ball reps to lean on them. And just kind of, you know, I feel like watching ball motion is my job. You know, coaching collegiately, I'm trying to keep 5 girls lined up at all times, which is not easy. And so, you know, getting an idea of where they're sliding, where the ball's, you know, crossing through the arrows and getting to the break point. I'm really just trying to look for consistency and who seems to be getting to the pocket the most consistent at this point. And so it's nice to have the feed to be able to do that, because we normally only have 1 squad. So having 2 squads is, you know, a little unique for what we do outside of majors. So
yeah, I mean, Verity touched on it a little bit earlier as well. You know, we've been watching this whole time, is just honing in on your process.
Yeah,
you know, needing to make a shot versus just going through your checklist of your pre-shot routine and letting it take care of itself or not. At the end of the day, that's all you can really ask of yourself. And, you know, like Shannon mentioned, you know, I think it's important to know maybe what the scoring pace is, just to kind of know maybe where you're at. But at the end of the day, you know, every shot, we're kind of all in all the time. So we shouldn't be trying any harder, you know, at the end of the block versus at the beginning.
You know, I'm gonna touch on that too. A lot of people will send me messages, you know, what does it feel like to step up in the 10th frame and need a strike to win, you know, a tournament? And to me, I've really dove into the mental side of focusing on the process, being more process oriented than result oriented. But not just that, it's also focusing on just controlling what I can control. And that's not only, you know, shot execution and the bowling ball choices I make and where I decide to play on the lane, but also when I throw a bad shot, how am I reacting to that? And how long do I hold on to it? When I throw a great shot and get a bad break, you know, am I letting that affect me or not? And so really focusing on the things that I can control, and the rest, you know, kind of disappears. Like I said, I'm aware of kind of what the girls are doing and how they're playing the lanes, but also open-minded enough to know that it may be completely different on our squad. A lot of high rev rate players are on this A squad, and maybe not as many high rev rate players on our squad. So that could be a difference too. And so you have to be open-minded and ready for anything. But at the end of the day, it's just focusing on the process and not getting so wrapped up in the results. And if I can leave the facility tonight being proud of everything that I did, to me, that's successful. And most people outside of, my brain, I'm sorry, I was distracted by Jillian's fist pump there. And then she went off the screen, and we have my laptop hooked up to our TV, which we can actually show you, of course. So we're kind of watching y'all on our phone, and then we have it on the TV over there. But
Very nice.
so she
Let's
hasn't done
go.
it yet on the feed, so here it comes. Here we go.
It's like a not so instant replay.
Yeah.
There we
See,
go.
that is so much fun. But if I can walk away and leave tonight being proud of what I did, then that's a successful day in my mind, regardless of whether I make the top 12 or I'm leading the tournament or I finish dead last. To me, I've really tried to move out of the being so focused on the end result. And that, to me, is just a much healthier way to compete. And it's made it a lot more enjoyable, I can tell you that.
Definitely some excellent stuff there from Shannon O'Keefe and Stephanie Johnson. We're watching lanes 11 and 12. We have 3 players who've been pretty steady throughout the course of competition, all entered this game plus 100 or better. We talked about not talking about scores, but we'll talk about them a little bit here. But a pretty solid group right here between Dasha, Erin McCarthy, and the young standout, Jillian Martin. What are you kind of seeing on the lanes from these 3 particularly as we kind of sit in and get to see everything going on this game?
I feel like they're all, I think Jillian's the deepest out of the 3 of them. I'm really watching Dasha a lot. Her ball rolls a little more forward than mine. So, I don't know, what game are we in? Is this game 6 or 7? 6. So I feel like they've all kind of migrated to, right around 15, through the arrow. Some are a little bit further left than that, but it just really looks like you don't want to get the ball right of like 8 down lane at the break point. So really, I think that depending on your rev rate or ball that you're using or whatever, you can attack it now that it's starting to open up a little bit from multiple angles, but you don't really want to get it right of 8. Otherwise, you're going to do what Jillian just did. So I feel like that's what I'm noticing the most is everyone's kind of migrated now to a similar part on the lane. And I think ball speed is going to be a factor. Yeah. If you rev it up a little too quick and get, a little too quick with your ball speed, I think it misses the middle part of the lane, the middle part of the pattern. And I think that that's what you really need to control in this particular building.
We talked about it a little bit as well, like even in the practice session, the kind of the steeper angles that you got. I mean, if you fired it through the spot, it never saw it. It would always come behind the head pin. It was guaranteed 2-8 or 2-8-10 every time. So I feel like the more we're going to be migrating to the left, speed is definitely going to be a factor. Just getting your ball to shape the right way.
Right.
Excellent stuff there. We do have some scores official after game number 5. So Jillian Martin continues to lead at plus 199. Her low game today so far is 231. She's gone 231, 231, 233, 267, and 237. Erin McCarthy in second place, plus 195. Ashley Galante in third, plus 129. Danielle McEwen, plus 109. And Dasha Kovalova, plus 106. Rounding out our top 5 right now.
Are you done? Okay, I wasn't listening.
It's okay. We're checking it over here. Refresh. Pretty incredible. Fun to watch for sure.
Certainly is. And I do have to ask, we've seen some of these fist pumps and some of these reactions after good shots. That one was a little more subdued there, but
probably because you just opened.
Well, that's true too. That's a good point. But now that you have been on Team USA for now 17 seasons, you've been just such at a high focal point of the PWBA tour since the relaunch. How much do you think you two play on that factor for someone like a Jillian Martin who's grown up watching you compete?
Well, it's honestly something that I pray often about, that God has placed me in the position to do what I love to do, but not just that, but to inspire others, that don't let anybody ever tell them that their dreams are stupid and that you can do anything that you put your mind to. And I'm really hoping that, Stephanie and I have been a living example of that. I pray it often. I pray it for my Bearcats, that I'm able to inspire them to want to be the best that they can be in whatever they decide to be, whether, as my husband would say, whether that's to be the best ice cream scooper in the world. It takes hard work and dedication. And so, I just really hope that, we have been able to inspire the young kids. But honestly, watching Jillian and her fist pumps remind me so much of this one. And it's just, how can you not be excited watching that? It's just so fun to see. And, as I get older and move closer, I'm closer to the end of my career than the beginning of my career. It truly is a breath of fresh air to see these girls. And it really is humbling, to know that I may have played a small role in some of these kids' lives to aspire to be the best. And so to me, that's just very humbling, and I feel very blessed and so thankful to God for giving me the opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, I echo everything Shannon said. Of course, being a mom of two, just showing that it is possible. You have to surround yourself with an army of support that will allow you, of course, to do the things that you love to do. But, with a little bit of help and just that determination, the sky's really the limit. I mean, as cliche as all of those sayings go, they're all so very true.
Are true. The crazy thing, you said we've been on the team for 17 straight years. We've been on this team a year longer than Jillian's been alive.
I did the math in my head. I wasn't going to point that out, but also your career with Team USA lines up with my career at USBC. So as long as you stay on the team, I know how long I've been at this as well. It's been
well, you're
awesome
welcome. All right. We will
it's been awesome to be there every step of the way with you. So I appreciate that opportunity too.
Some trouble for Jillian here in frame number 6. So back-to-back splits here on the left lane. So we asked Verity about it a little bit earlier, but when that transition hits, you don't have a lot of frames to make the right move to get, whether it's a move on the lane, getting to the right ball, whatever it is. For the folks at home to kind of understand that, what's the best way to kind of describe how quickly it can go from being great to being, oh no, I have to do something on tour?
Like within a shot,
it could be like that frame. I mean, how often, I think we can speak to the league bowlers. You just shoot 280, and you're thinking, oh, I got it figured out, and then frame 1 of game 2, and then you're just splitting all over the place. It's just crazy how it happens, and we do bowl on an invisible field, so to speak. I would say that the first thing you need to check is,
did you throw a good
am I throwing it good? Right. And then if that checkbox is checked, it's like, okay, what is happening? What is the lane telling me? What is my ball doing? And from there, it's just really important to kind of know your arsenal of, okay, if I need something that's slower, go this way. Something that's quicker, and I think that's kind of what separates a lot of the great players from just the good players. That difference makes a huge difference in the grand scheme of things.
And just to add on that and kind of reiterate what she said, the number one thing, nobody wants to admit they made a bad shot, right? Especially the average bowler. What I find, even some of my college kids, they don't ever want to say it was a bad shot, even though you visibly could see that it wasn't very good. So that was one of the things that once I was able to humble myself and say, okay, that wasn't my best work. I don't have to beat myself up and say that was terrible or that was crap. I can just say, that wasn't my best work. And, someone watching doesn't know because they can't feel what we're feeling. So a ball rep may suggest a ball change. And 9 times out of 10, I'm going to say to them, it wasn't a very good shot. Let me just execute better. And then we'll go from there. And a lot of times that will actually get me another game or two with the same bowling ball. But a lot of it really boils down to being able to admit and be okay with saying it just wasn't a very good shot. So some things that we have seen is, people that will go up and throw the ball, maybe not their best, and split. The ones that are so quick to run and grab a different bowling ball, well, they don't really know what that ball is doing. They're doing it in the middle of the game, and all of a sudden there's 2 or 3 more splits to go along with it, or a missed spare, and all of a sudden they're shooting 140, 150, to where if you could just say, no, I just need to execute better until I get to the end of the game, you can bail out sometimes, 190, 2-0. And that can be the difference between making a cut, getting a check, making a TV show. All of that could be the difference. And so the number one thing I think that we have learned throughout our career, that I think everyone needs to do is admit when maybe it's not the best executed shot.
Right.
But as Steffi mentioned, we are bowling on an invisible playing field. Ryan says it's like an invisible game of chess. Your opponent is the lane, and it's moving its pieces as the oil is changing, but you can't see it. And so it's just a really educated guess. And that's really what it boils down to. It's that lane.
So we've obviously watched 3 shots of Jillian on that left lane, and some combination of 210-ish. I would be fair to say that there's something going on with the lane. I mean, I would think that if she squares up to it a little more, that may help. But again, we're not there. We're just kind of seeing it from an outsider's perspective. It's hard to tell where their balls are crossing at the arrows.
Yeah, I mean, that last shot looked like it got a little bit further right at the break point than the shot before. So it could be that lane, for some reason, is playing a little bit tighter. Maybe it boils down to who practiced there and did they throw equal amount of shots with the same type of bowling ball on both lanes? Because if they didn't, that literally could make a difference 5, 6, 7 games later that you're seeing now. Is it characteristics of the bowling center? Does that lane just generally play tighter? Maybe that ball is starting to go away, but she was bowling so well that you don't make that choice. And that's why this game is so hard. Because like I said, you have to be able to admit whether you threw a good shot or a bad shot and then diagnose it from there. But then what do? Do you throw it softer? Do you get a little more square? Do you try to get your hand around it a little bit more on that lane? Do you try to get it out on the foul line and loft it onto the lane a little bit more? Or do you make that ball change? And when you do, what type of ball do you go to? So there's so many different variables and options in play that it makes it challenging and extremely frustrating, as Jillian's probably experiencing right now.
And the other factor is, of course, she's leading right now. She may know that. She may not know that. We don't know. But I think that does add an element of pressure that I need to continue to bowl well and, make shots, and kind of what we mentioned earlier about just kind of going through the process. Super important. And, there's just so many variables to pick from, of really seeing what is actually happening on the lane. Is it a combination of my execution and ball motion? Is it truly that it's just tighter in front of the head pin and it's just not getting there? And kind of, I don't know if she pays attention to what Dasha's doing and what Erin's doing, kind of where they're at, what kind of balls they're all on different staffs. It looks like Jillian's going to be changing to a different ball on the right lane. So, obviously she's probably had some feedback from her reps, or I believe her father is around. So it'll be interesting to see what happens.
Yeah, the other thing too is, Stephanie, I think said it, perfectly, her probably knowing she's leading. She's 16. You have to learn how to deal with that. She's 16 years old and she's currently leading a PWBA tour event. That's kind of a big deal. And so if she's watching the scores, that was adorable. If she's watching the scores, then, I don't know, maybe that freaks her out a little bit, or maybe she, it adds a little bit more pressure. You just don't know what's going on with someone's brain. She's 16. So there's still some immaturity there, and there's still the learning curve of being in that position and not letting it affect you or your shot making or your decision making. And so we just, I don't know her that well, so I don't know where she's at mentally and how that all affects her. But, kudos to her and her dad for giving her the opportunity to even be out here and doing this. I think it's one of the coolest things when you see a parent that is all in and do anything they can for their child to give them these experiences, because at the end of the day, you can't buy experience. You just have to experience it. And so, she's doing it, and it's pretty incredible.
I'm just going to, Matt, right before I go to you, I just want to say for all the Bowl TV viewers out there, that was so awesome. So thank you, Shannon and Stephanie. And we have this ability all season, folks. We can do cool things like this. So this is the great time to just suggest, hey, if you want to check out Bowl TV throughout the course of the season, get that subscription now. That was just a phenomenal breakdown. And the best part for the folks, they didn't have to listen to Matt or I say any of that, which we would have been all over the place.
You're welcome.
But Matt, I'll turn it back to you.
So later in the season, when we have one squad, just let me know and I'll pull it up on my phone from like lane 15. I'm just kidding. I don't do that.
While you guys were sharing some terrific insight, of course, from an experience level that we don't have, haven't been out there. Just looking across some of the scores at the ITRC this game, the scoring pace seems to have slowed down a little bit. Of course, when you see lanes transition, sometimes it's a gradual thing. Sometimes it's more drastic. At this point, it looks like kind of this place in the block, maybe a bigger transition is happening. Can you speak to that a little bit about, at one point you're making little moves as you feel the lanes changing, but sometimes it's just it's time to make a huge move or just the way the lanes break down. And is that what we're seeing here?
I mean, at the end of the day, it comes down to committing to your shot, regardless of what it is. And I think the worst feeling as a bowler is getting on the approach and not being 100% of what you're about to do, whether it's the ball you have in your hand, your alignment, whatever that may be. So if these girls are kind of seeing that transition and it's maybe not just a 2-in-1 move, it's something even larger, I think Shannon and I would both agree that for the most part, we as females tend to break patterns down in similar areas and the transition seems to be smoother as opposed to maybe, on the men's tour where they are so rev dominant and have so much more speed. They can attack patterns from so many different angles that the transition is not as clear. Again, what it comes down to is just being aware of what you're seeing and just committing to whatever that move is going to be that you think needs to happen.
And what I would say is, kind of touching on your point about, are there times where you do see that larger move? The answer is absolutely yes. And why it can be so drastic from like one shot all of a sudden to 3 shots later, I truly believe because every time the ball is going down the lane, it's picking oil up off that lane and it's, carrying it down a little bit and it's on your ball. And so it is transitioning, but you could maybe have gotten away with using a bowling ball that maybe your ball reps or other people didn't think you could get away with. And then when it finally, so it allows you to stay in a specific part of the lane. So let's just, for example, let's say I'm playing 10 and I'm doing that with my GB3 and I'm able to make that work with just very little moves off of that spot for 4 or 5 games. And then, I can't stop placking 10 pin. So it's obvious that ball is probably just too early and I probably need something just a little bit cleaner that maybe comes off of it just a little bit harder. I make that ball change and all of a sudden I need to move like 4 or 5 left with my feet because I'm still in the middle of that front part of the lane being broken down because I was using a really strong ball, so it was losing energy, so I was able to control the pocket with it. But then I started to finally eventually lose my carry. So now all of a sudden I'm still trying to cross 10, 11, 12 at the arrows and everybody on my squad is at 15, 16, 17 or even further. So now as I start moving left, if I'm making small moves, I'm moving into where they've already started pulling that oil off the front part of the pattern. I hope this all makes sense. And so my move when I go to a ball that retains a little bit more energy and comes off of the break point harder, my move can't just be like a 1-in-1 or a 2-in-2. It probably needs to be a 4-and-4 or a 4-and-3 or a 5-and-3 or something like that. And that to me is when those drastic moves happen, is when you have a ball in your hand that allows you to do something and be in a part of the lane where most people can't stay. And then when you move, you got to jump over it.
Them.
And I think that's sometimes where people kind of get stuck. I hope that made sense.
Totally makes sense, and much better from you guys to explain that than from us trying to figure it out. Especially one, us being not being competitors right there, and 2, me being left-handed. It all gets jumbled. So to have the experts in here on the broadcast, that's pretty awesome.
Shannon and Stephanie, we're getting ready for Game 7. Do you guys feel like sticking around for one more, or you guys?
Sure,
it's
whatever.
about time to get ready for B Squad.
You know, we've already showered today, so outside of our afternoon snuggle sesh.
Yeah, I don't know what time our lunch is at, so I don't even know what time
Oh, let me
it
check.
is. We have our schedule like right here. We have to go get our lunch.
1
so
o'clock. We got to pick up lunch at 1 o'clock.
we can probably stay for a little bit.
All right. I was gonna say that's 5 minutes from now. So
It is 5 minutes
Oh,
from now.
well,
That's okay. So
we'll get us started.
So Steffi will pick up lunches. I don't even know what I had, but I'm somebody who has always struggled to eat a really big meal before I compete, even hours before. So I actually, knowing that Stephanie, living so close, went grocery shopping, and I asked her if she could get me some almond milk. And so I'm going to make a meal replacement shake. And then I have some some protein bars that I'll take with me to the bowling center. And I'm more of just a snacker before I eat. So I can have lunch at any time. This one, however, she's an eater.
30. I have to chew my food. So I will be going down to get my chicken.
She'll probably eat my chicken too.
Where she lacks, I excel. You know, she's the coffee drinker. I don't. You know, it works pretty good. But yes, I have no issues eating lunch before we bowl.
I think that's how every great duo works, though. You got to have the yin and the yang of it all work together. So.
Sometimes I'm the yin, sometimes I'm the yang. I don't know. But when she does push-ups, I just sit on her and eat my lunch.
That was that was a great way. Yeah, that was a great video, by the way, too. So
You're
folks,
welcome.
If you haven't seen it on if you haven't seen it on their social medias, please check that out.
Your comedy.
Where can the folks follow you at this week?
So for my, I've really kind of stopped using Twitter. It's not for me, but, so Instagram and Facebook is kind of where I'm at. They're the most similar and easy to navigate, back and forth between them for me. And I like the way that it's formatted, and Twitter to me seems more like a gripe fest for everybody. And that's just not my cup of tea. So
it's fun to follow behind the scenes,
So that's me. That's where you can follow me.
Yep. I'm on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram, Stephanie11184.
All right. That means birthday not too long ago either. So happy belated birthday.
Yep. And hers is coming up next week. So we're
in 1 week. Yep.
There we go. What a January. That's what we like.
Yeah.
That's
it's right. The best month.
It's your fanny month.
All right. We're going to add Matt Cannizzaro back to the stream here since he stepped off for a quick second. And I think we're going to bring Matt McNeil in for a quick second as well to get a little breakdown on 11 and 12. So, Mr. McNeil, welcome in. We have Shannon and Stephanie joining as well. So we got a big old happy family going on right now. So
howdy.
I'm the worst bowler in this chat. How did that work out? I'm blaming Jason Thomas. I'm blaming Jason Thomas. He goes, "Hey, we need you in the chat for a little bit." Yeah, just to make me feel bad about being the worst bowler in this group. So thanks, Jason. I appreciate that.
Matt, we just watched 11 and 12 with Dasha, Aaron, and Jillian all find some struggles after they're both in the top 5 and had been, pretty much had control of the pocket. Shannon and Stephanie talked a little bit about the moves that they think the players are going to make, but what were you seeing out there on that pair?
Don't bowl on it if you have the choice.
Okay.
No, in all honesty. That pair had been playing tighter to the right since practice, and we knew as the players got up higher on the higher pairs in the center that they were just playing tighter to the right. And, I watched Jillian for the first 3 frames. She looked okay. I was helping another player. I looked back, and she's got 2 splits. So it's just that's the toughest part about even being a rep, too, is, things are happening really fast with only 3 on a pair. And so then we came down. We tried a couple things. Got her into a ball that definitely picked up a lot closer to her, and to try to eliminate all the tightness to the right there. And it was just one of those things. She was pretty uncomfortable at that point in time, but for a 15-year-old to be able to get out and bowl the way she has so far is pretty impressive. So we got her into a different ball. She's going to a different pair. We got her the intel on what's going on the next pair, and just put it online and keep making good shots. Keep doing what she's doing.
Excellent, Matt. We got Jordan Richard moving to this pair now. I know she's a fan of one of the older roto grip balls. Is that the uproar by chance she just threw there?
Yeah, it's uproar. She's been kind of locked up. Her ball roll is just having a really tough time getting through this pattern. You know, her ball is just fighting her front to back. It either wants to pick up too soon close to her, or if she tries to get it down to the spot, it just blows through the break point and never sees the lane. So just trying to find the right amount of rotation and the right combinations to get her ball to start doing the right thing. What Ashley Galante and Jillian and some of the other people, Missy, what some of those other people towards the top of the leaderboard are seeing.
All right, Matt, that does it for my questions for you. Shannon and Stephanie, you got anything for Mr. McNeil?
What'd you have for lunch?
I haven't had lunch yet. So.
Do you know what you ordered? Because we had to pick our lunch like 10 days ago. Do you remember?
I don't remember, but all I can test is that Tennille and Rob have done a really good job with the catering company, because all the food we've had so far has actually been really good.
Agreed.
So
It's been phenomenal.
Kudos to Tennille and Rob and PWBA staff for picking a really good catering company to keep us all well fed in the bubble today.
On that note, I'm going to go get it.
I'm not. She is.
Hey, if you want to bring my lunch over, feel free.
All right, Mr. McNeil, thanks for joining us. We'll let you get back to it, and we'll talk to you soon.
All right, thanks.
This is wildly entertaining, Mr. Smith. The things technology is allowing us to do is phenomenal.
It is pretty crazy. We have 3 new competitors here now on 11 and 12. Sandra Gongora, Jordan Richard, and Ashley Galante now going to try and navigate the tricky 11 and 12 after we saw 3 of our top 5 not shoot more than 185 on this pair. Shannon, when you hear, something like that from a ball rep saying, just stay away from that pair. That pair's not fun. This, that, the other. What does that change the mindset at all? Attacking something like that, knowing that, okay, no. I have to be so precise, perhaps, on this lane to find any success.
No, I feel like every center we go in, there's always going to be lanes that transition are a little tricky, and some of it just literally all depends on who starts there and how they break them down to start, and that kind of sets the tone because they get their 10 minutes of practice. Is it 10 minutes, 15 minutes? I don't even know. It's been so long. So what they practice with makes a difference. It's something I've been very conscious about myself on whatever pair that I start on. It's something the ball reps had me starting to do years ago, is whenever I'm throwing something really strong is making sure I'm throwing equal amounts of that bowling ball on both lanes to make sure that I don't hurt myself once they make that first transition of carrying down ever so slightly the first game. So, they get their 10, 15 minutes of practice. And so it really could just boil down to whoever started here and how they, were warming up. And then just kind of a snowball effect from there. So it's 11 and 12, this block that seems to be a little tricky. It could be 5 and 6, for us during our squad. So, I really try not to get too wrapped up in that. The biggest thing is, for me, I've kind of lived and breathed on priding myself as being a great shot maker and execution. And for me, control the pocket and make your spares. If you hit a really good pair and you can shoot 250, awesome. But on the bad pairs, find a way to grind out 190 too low. And it's something that I, feel like I've done a really good job. Obviously, you're going to have those unfortunate games sometimes where you shoot 170, but shoot, I feel like I've been the person that's bowled 170, 150 on a pair that people are shooting 250 on. So it really just boils down to what you're doing, what you're aware of, and things like that. So no, it doesn't freak me out. I think it's important to be aware. But like I said, I have years and years and years of notes on my phone. And for those that don't know, my husband used to, kind of oversee and kind of run the training center and has given so many lessons. With Rod, he did it with Rod, but with all the lessons that he used to give in there and then helping me in there and then being part of the Team USA program for so long, characteristics of the bowling center show their true colors regardless of what pattern is put out. And so I have all those years of knowledge and notes to know that if I get to a pair and I see, for instance, let's just say 11 appears to be a little tighter down lane, I can go to my notes and see, oh yeah, we had it in our notes that 11 does tend to get a little bit tighter down lane. And then I can make that adjustment accordingly and feel 100% confident in it. And that's another reason why I journal so much. I will go back and read old journals. I went back and found the journal of when we bowled Pan Am qualifying in this building. And those notes that I wrote about lanes and how they play on those patterns were still aligned with all those previous years of notes. And so that's why I think it's important that people keep track of that stuff. So anyways, having a little bit of knowledge, like I said, I'm not going to dive into it and think that it's Bible and make that move before a bowling ball even goes down the lane. But if I see something funny, I'm able to go back to my notes and be like, okay, that makes sense.
That's some excellent notes there for all the folks at home as well. Shannon, I'm sure this is something you instill in your Bearcats as well. So now I'm curious, who's been the best note taker that you've coached at McHenry?
Honestly, she's a girl in my program right now. Her name's Miranda Pattison. Years and years ago when I started journaling, it made a huge difference for me, not only performance-wise, but just overall mental approach and being able to not have those super highs and those low lows and talking to myself in a much healthier way, right? Instead of, maybe calling myself some names that I wouldn't call another living soul. It's not okay. And so it really, really helped me so much. And it was something that I introduced to my Bearcats. Maybe back in like 2015 or 16, I introduced it to them. I gave them the notebooks to do it. But at the end of the day, I can't force them to, right? Well, I actually can. So, this year, I gave every single one of my girls a journal and, teaching them, how to write in there and how to do it in a healthy way and how to give themselves feedback and, all that kind of stuff. And it is something that my girls, they have to write in it after every single night of competition. And we will talk about it in our team meeting later on that evening. It's only going to take 5 or 10 minutes. And so I've made that part mandatory. If they want to continue doing it on their own after, every practice or whatever, then awesome. It's only going to make it better. And so the really cool thing is Miranda still does this. Like, she actually had said she needs a new journal because she's filled hers up. And so I'm like, I love this. This is great. And the things that she's noticing are things that she probably would have never gotten to until 3 or 4 years later down the road. And so she has seen the impact of it. Well, the really cool part about this is a boy that graduated out of our program last year. His name's Charlie Reed. He's from San Antonio, Texas, I believe. He bowled, I believe, the PWBA thing that they just had.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
But before, he's dating Miranda. He sent me a picture of his journal. He started journaling because Miranda has seen such a positive impact from it that she has encouraged him to do it. And he did it. But I know that was a really long explanation. But the one that really bought into it, I gave her the book to read that kind of goes along with it, is Miranda Pattison. And then kind of her best friend at McHenry is Rebecca Hagerman. Those two girls, like, they will finish practice and they will sit right in the back while the guys are warming up for their practice, and they won't leave the bowling center until they're done writing their notes. And I just love that because they're the ones that are going to reap the benefits out of it quicker than those that don't.
Excellent stuff there, Shannon. And we saw Stephanie re-enter the
she's eating.
the hotel room. So if you have to go join her for your quick meal, oh, there she is. All right.
I can't eat that stuff before I bowl, so we're good.
Excellent.
I'll hang out to the end of this game. It's or whenever you want me to. It's fine.
All right. Yeah, we can finish up Game 7. Let's see if we. Although I think if we have results, we might read them off. So if you want to take a quick break.
Are you going to read them off right now? I'll go take a.
I will read them off right now. So
okay. I'll be right back.
All right. With that, folks, we do have scores after 6. Let's go ahead and get those sent to bowltv.com here in just a second. But Erin McCarthy moves back into the lead, even though she struggled in game number 1. That 179 game puts her at plus 174, but her 1374 total enough to lead Danielle McCune by 10 pins. She's at plus 164. Jillian Martin plus 163. Ashley Galante in fourth, plus 155. And then a bit of a drop-off. Dasha Kovalova and Brianna Cote at plus 89. Going a little bit farther down, Valerie Bercier, plus 84. Maria Balanova, plus 78. Missy Parkin, plus 64. Sandra Gongora, plus 49. Jacqueline Evans, plus 42. And Sydney Brummett, plus 15. Is your top 12 in A squad so far. Jordan Richard, the only other player plus.
It's okay.
At plus 14. And then Julia Bond, Abby Ragsdale, Rocio Restrepo, Carrie Smith, and Stephanie Martins all under through 6 games.
Did you get through it?
I just finished up, yep.
Perfect. Great timing.
One of the players who has been bowling well is Ashley Galante. She is on our featured pair right now, sitting in fourth place overall for A squad. Take a look at her in frame, number 5.
Great shot.
Gets the light mixer. You see some excitement there. That looks like a double after a pair of splits for her. So potentially facing some of that hardship and woe that McNeil talked about on 11 and 12.
Yeah.
But, finding a double there, getting some of that momentum back.
It's sporadic.
Now,
Well, I don't know. Like, you guys are always the one that asks all the questions. Let me ask you guys a question. What's your favorite part about what we're doing and what we're seeing? Is it just watching bowling? I mean, I feel like you guys are professional bowling watchers.
Go ahead, Matt.
Well, for me, as you both know, Shannon and Steph, it's telling the stories from the lanes. I mean, you can watch the bowling, you can see the pins fall, you can see who left a split and what their scores are, but it's catching up after, hearing the stories, hearing the whys and all the things that you can't see on a scoreboard, and then putting those words on a paper or into a video, asking the questions that bring out the answers and the emotion and the explanations behind all of that. Because numbers on a standing sheet, that's totally one thing, but hearing the meaning behind it and all the details and what went into making that happen and what it means to the players, that's my favorite part. And to be able to have the opportunity to see these things unfold and then tell the world about them, that's what I'm most excited about here this week in 2021.
Aw, so sweet.
Now, Matt, what you really want to say there is you enjoy putting together such great articles and asking such great questions that you actually make the participant cry, correct? Is that your...
All right, it's kind of the measurement tool. If you can get the tears out, then
you've done your job.
You're asking the right questions, and you're getting a true emotional, deep down answer. That's what people want, and Shannon has delivered many times for me over the years, and I appreciate it.
Well, what you don't see is that when he's interviewing me, he actually reaches over and pinches my arm so hard that the tears just start flowing like that. No, I agree. It's so funny that you say that, Matt, because doing the sideline reporting for CBS Sports has been so much fun because you're right there with them. You're right there when people get to win their first title. I got to interview Dasha when she won and shot 300 in Louisville. You're right there with them. I got to interview Kelly after she won her first title back on this new PWBA tour.
No, I have to interject. I got the opportunity to interview her like 13 times. Like, that's pretty amazing. I didn't know what to ask her.
Yeah. But I really kind of share with you, Matt, like there's something special when you can ask somebody a question that is meaningful enough that you like make them cry. And every time I'm done with one of those interviews and they've cried, I'm like, yes, I did a good job. So I get it.
See, Aaron, if this was football, each one of those you get a little star on the helmet or whatever.
We should get stars on our microphones.
All right,
there we go.
That's what we do. So very cool stuff.
Yeah, Matt, that's an excellent point. That's what we've been doing. That's how we got started, basically in our roles here at USBC and eventually PWBA. Is telling the stories at the Open Championships and the Women's Championships, and it kind of evolving into more and more events, getting to meet more and more bowlers. And it's it's crazy to think about how many great, stepladder finals, big moments, big shots, and at the heart of it all, we're bowling fans. That's how we got involved in this. We've had our ranging success, more on the local side. Matt's, been a regional player for a couple of years, but we're still fans at the end of the day. Even though we got a job to do, we got to ask, the awkward questions sometimes after, potentially a second place finish or something like that. But it's, those moments where we just, see something magical and amazing, and we get to be a part of it and be like, just moments after, get to kind of talk about that experience with the athletes is just so incredible. And the fact that we finally get to do it after, we've had a lot of great opportunities to talk on the PWBA podcast and Inside the OC, catch up with players, learn a little bit more about what makes them tick. I think that's been one of the good things about 2020 is getting to learn a little bit more about the players and kind of their personalities and getting to see that outside the lanes. But it's going to be super special to just be back. Someone has just gotten a trophy. They're coming over to talk to us. That smile, that moment of relief, that moment of success, and all the hard work coming into it. And, just being a little part of that is, the best part about being back this week. So that's what we're looking forward to. And plus,
does it ever make you guys uncomfortable when someone's crying? Or do you love that?
Well, for me,
I feel like
depends.
Matt's okay with it, but I feel like Aaron's like,
yeah, I'm probably a little more like, I didn't mean for that to happen. I'm sorry.
You're so sweet.
It really depends what the crying is about, for sure. I mean, if it's because of the question and the emotion that I brought on with the question, that's certainly one aspect of it. But if it's crying because somebody just missed a single pin to lose a major or whatever the scenario, those are some scary moments. And depending on who the person is and how they react, how many times they've been there, one that comes to mind, Norm Duke, 4 county to lose the senior masters. You don't want to be the guy that has to ask that question. Luckily, I was the guy in charge of that situation, so I sent somebody else to ask those questions. But you don't know. In that moment, whoever the person is, generally they'll just need a few moments to collect the thoughts. They know that we have a job to do, and that those questions need to be asked. And sometimes they'll ask, can I have a few minutes? And then I'll be happy to talk to you. Sometimes they get in the car and they drive away immediately, and that's it. And then you miss the opportunity. But you have to feel out the situation. Everyone's different. Every person's different. And the more time we spend with all the players, the more they feel comfortable. Eventually, we know what those situations are and when to approach and when not to. And everybody has a job to do.
Yeah, I get that. So on this pair, I know we haven't talked much about it, but I think we're seeing, where it's a little tricky. And again, I think it's just tight down lane. So their angles are a little steeper. So if they get it going right a little too quick or a little too far, then the ball doesn't want to come up off the spot. So then in their brain, they need to just keep it a little bit tighter. And then when they keep it a little bit tighter, they go through the face or they go high. And that's what can be so challenging when you do move from pair to pair is, did you throw it good enough, quick enough in the game to diagnose that, wow, this pair is really that much different and I just need to be bold and make a ball change here? Or were those shots not very good and I need to, execute better? Or is it a combination of the two? And that's why our game is so tricky. But I think these girls are seeing it right now.
Yeah, certainly part of the puzzle throughout the course of the week. A nice cover there by Jordan Richard of the 3.6710. But that's part of the thing she'll have to figure out as a player is a little bit farther down in the standings right now here at the Bowlers Journal Classic. But she still has 2 games to go after this to make a run, put herself in position to make the top 12. I think it's interesting this week when you look at the field, Shannon, that, that just the talent level is through the roof. And obviously we have some players not competing as well this week. But, just knowing how tough it's going to be, especially looking at the end of the week at the Hall of Fame Classic for the top 24, how important is it to not, fall a little behind the pack here in the first day?
Well, again, those are things I don't think about. I don't think of, I need to do this or I need to do that. It's just showing up and executing and sticking to my process. I think I think if you get wrapped up in that other stuff, those are the questions you guys have to ask because it's your job, it's media, it's what you're thinking, it's what people at home are thinking. But I think as an athlete, if you can really stick to and simplify it and just execute to the best of my ability, stick to the process, and be proud of what you do, focus on controlling what I can control. I think if you're talented enough, that talent will come through. Sometimes I think if you overthink it and you start stressing yourself out, sometimes that can take away from, the job that you've, set forth to do. The thing is yes, this field is extremely talented, but I feel like every tournament we hold, the field is extremely talented. We're definitely missing some faces that I love to see compete. But yet there's a lot of people here that it's just good to see them. It feels like home. It feels like, we're back together again. And at the end of the day, though, I'm not bowling against these girls. I'm bowling against the pattern and the pins and doing the best that I can to knock down as many as possible. And so I think it's twofold. I think it's very easy that, if you are a scoreboard watcher and you don't get off to a great start, you could put a little bit more pressure on yourself. And when you do that, sometimes it's really hard to throw great shots or big games when maybe otherwise you wouldn't have an issue doing. So that's one reason why I stopped scoreboard watching so many years ago, because of that. I would fall victim to that exact scenario. I would do that. I'd be like, oh my gosh, I'm like 20 pins out of the number. I really need a big game. And then I wouldn't do it. And I'd miss the cut by, less than 10 pins. And it was just so frustrating. And then I started, just kind of experimenting and saying, you know what, I'm not going to scoreboard watch. And all of a sudden I was able to play a little more free and have fun versus, oh, I got a strike right here, and that's just not a fun way to compete. And I work with Dr. Dean, and one thing that just really resonated with me is like, Shannon, when you were a 13-year-old little girl playing softball, did you stress out on that you need this hit right now or this or that? And I was like, no. He's like, you just played because it was fun and you loved it, right? And I said, yeah, I played because I loved the feeling of catching the ball and throwing somebody out, or like just the pure love of the sport. And so it's really how the last 2 or 3 years have really tried to start competing because I love it, not because I have a job to do, if that makes any sense. And once I took that pressure off myself, because I'm somebody who believes that pressure is self-induced. Everyone always says, well, how do you deal with this pressure situation? Well, I don't really feel like it's a pressure situation unless you personally make it a pressure situation. And once you start making it a pressure situation, it's because you're thinking about the result versus the process. And so it's really how I'm trying to teach my McKendree girls. And it's something that I feel is just a much healthier way to compete. And so I don't know if I answered your question at all, but I just know that, not watching the scoreboard, being aware, like Steffi said, of the scoring pace, I think is important, because then it helps you kind of decide when to take a risk and when to be a little more conservative, but not getting too wrapped up. And I really feel like this field is just as talented as any other tour stop. So for me, it doesn't feel any different than any other tour stop.
Good stuff there, Shannon. And yeah, that definitely makes sense. Just focusing on what you can control in those situations versus the rest of the field. Missy Parkin's going to have a nice game. One pair to our left, going to be in the 250s. Shannon, as we hit the end of Game 7 here, we'll let you go after this to go ahead and start getting ready for your block. But let the folks know, what jerseys are we seeing today?
Oh my gosh, I am so excited. So Taylor Bailey, my kiddo at home, I sent her a picture last night, and I'm not a Missy Parkin pink kind of girl, but the outfit I'm wearing today is pink, and it's just so cute. So I have 2 jerseys, soon to be 3, different colors, but the exact same design. And Coolwick has just, hit it out of the park. So I'm a NASCAR fan, and I just, the last 2 years, have loved Jimmy Johnson's Ally race car, and he's retired now, but I just love the paint scheme on that car. And so I sent a picture to Gerald over at Coolwick, and he designed this jersey And I just love it. I'm so excited. So I sent a picture of a couple jerseys last night to Taylor, and I said, I'll be your Barbie doll for the week. I'll give you a couple options every day, and you can pick what I wear. And she's like, oh my God, I love it. And so that's what I did. I sent her a picture of 2 jerseys last night, and she picked one that is inspired by Jimmy Johnson's paint scheme from NASCAR. So I'm excited to wear it. Super cute. A little more girly than I tend to be, but that's okay. So I have all new jerseys this year from Coolwick, except for my, obvious TV show jersey, my purple one. Really quick on that, everyone always thinks that I'm superstitious and really superstitious. That would be Sean Ryan and my husband Brian O'Keefe, not so much me. But everyone's like, oh yeah, you're not superstitious. You're the girl that wears the same outfit every single show on TV. I don't wear that outfit on TV because I'm superstitious. I wear that outfit on TV because that's one of the outfits that my McKendree Bearcats wear. And it's a way for me to always have them with me. And I've had that outfit from day one winning on tour. And it's the first one that I pull when I'm packing outfits. But outside of that, I have all new outfits to start the season. And it's so fun.
All righty. We'll be looking out for you in pink today. So.
All right.
All right, Shannon and Stephanie as well. I'm sure she can hear us, but thank you so much for joining us today here on Bull TV. Hopefully we get to talk to you a few times after you throw a few strikes today as well. So,
I hope so.
We'll see you soon, and have a great rest of the day leading up to B Squad.
Okay, guys, have fun. See you. Bye.
Thank you.
Aaron Smith, that was a perfect opportunity. You missed it. Pour some tears to get Shannon talking about the McKendree Bearcats and what that team means, some of the ups and downs, and just what a role that group of players has played in her career, going way back to the infamous photo. But we'll get it next time. We'll have plenty of opportunities over the next 20 events to talk about all the good times and all the special things.
It's a long week, Mac, so we have time to get to it, which is the good news. So. As we wrap up game number 7 here, once again the struggles on this 11 and 12 pair. Nothing too crazy from our competitors. So we will welcome the next group. Maybe we'll switch up the pairs. I'm not sure if they're moving one at a time, so we'll see who's coming up next on this pair. I know there are a few folks who we haven't seen too much from today that I'd like us to spend some time with as we kind of take a look at the score. So we're heading into game 8. Game 8. So we got Rocio, Sydney, and Abby heading this way.
Yeah, we are getting toward the point of the block where it's almost time to start talking about scores and cut numbers and what it's looking like and what the predictions are heading into the next squad. And we'll get an idea, obviously, from how this squad performs. Kind of some of the numbers that we'll need to see the players shoot next squad. There's 36 players in all. Only 12 will advance to match play tomorrow. So very important to note all that. Total pinfall for the 9 games will determine who advances. Of the 36 players, 32 will receive a prize check. So a little bit of pressure comes off the shoulders there, unless, of course, you're fighting for that 32nd spot, and then all the pressure in the world. That's a pretty good amount of money. The difference there. But as we get rolling with game number 8, and of course into B Squad coming up this afternoon, we'll have all the details. We'll give you the rundown as always. Aaron Smith, that's what we do.
Matt, you mentioned that 32nd spot, and in a similar 32nd spot, and in a similar fashion, we have a 32nd spot that we'd like to talk about real quick for a great company, a PWBA product registered company in a Master for over 50 years. Master Industries has been recognized worldwide as the leading manufacturer of premium high performance bowling products. So thank you to Master for being part of the PWBA tour. All right, folks, game 8 of 9, ready to get underway here at the 2021, that feels so great to say, 2021 PWBA Bowlers Journal Classic is part of the PWBA Kickoff Classic Series, the first 3 national events of the 2021 season and the first regional event as well, all taking place at the International Training and Research Center in Arlington, Texas. My name's Aaron Smith, sitting alongside Matt Cannizzaro here in the Bowl TV studio. Jason Thomas, our sideline reporter this week, has been setting up some great interviews along the way as well. We've already talked to so many awesome folks today. Probably a few more. We'll have to talk to Nathan Bohr about standing in front of 11 and 12 too. He's just tall enough to kind of get in the middle there, but we actually talked to Nathan already today, so that's been great. But we're going to settle into Game 8 for a quick second. We're going to take a quick break and let you guys watch the action. Abby Ragsdale, Cindy Brummett, and Rocio Restrepo coming to lanes 11 and 12 here on BowlTV.com. We find ourselves in Game 8 of 9 here at the PWBA Bowlers Journal Classic at the ITRC in Arlington, Texas. My name is Aaron Smith alongside Matt Cannizzaro. We've been doing our best to thank some of our product registered companies today, and we encourage you to visit www.apparelefx.com for custom uniforms for all sports. That is EFX and apparelefx.com. Rocio Restrepo, Abby Ragsdale, and Cindy Brummett our three competitors on the tricky lane 11 and 12 that has seen some lower scores here toward the end of A squad qualifying. For these competitors, after their 9 games, they are essentially in the books for the Bowlers Journal Classic. They have to wait and see if their total is enough to make the top 12 to move on to the match play portion of the event. The top 12 will compete tomorrow in 2 rounds, 6 games apiece, with bonus pins available, 30 for a win, 15 for a tie. And after the 12 games of round-robin match play, the top 4 will advance to tomorrow night's stepladder finals here on Bowl TV to earn the first title of the 2021 season. Jason Thomas has been checking in here. It looks like after A squad, the cut's going to be pretty tight, kind of looking at a few of those spots. We had a few folks kind of distance themselves from the rest of the field through the first portion of this block, but quite a few players plus, so one big game can certainly move you up the standings quickly. We'll be taking a little bit closer look at that as we get closer to the end of the block here. Switch pairs too here. We got a few frames of these competitors. JT says 9 and 10 is the place to be. With a group that's been around the top of the standings for most of the day. Just give us a quick second here and we'll get back to the action. All right, we're back with Aaron McCarthy, Dasha Kovalova, and Jillian Martin here in Game 8 on 9 and 10. This is actually the stepladder finals pair throughout the course of the week. So these bowlers looking to spend a little bit extra time on 9 and 10 at the end of the event.
Looking forward to that, of course. The stepladder, always the exciting conclusion of the event. We'll bring it in throughout qualifying and match play, all for free. And then the stepladder is where the fun stuff happens. The trophies are given out, and we'll see it right here. We've seen this pair many, many times in our careers as well. And looking forward to seeing
has historically been.
And looking at the scores too, Aaron, through 7 games. Again, we're in game number 8, but we saw some hiccups there a little bit toward game 6, game 7. The scoring pace, which had been pretty high early on, tripped up a little bit, and we talked with Shannon and Stephanie about some of that transition, the expectations, what they thought they'd see along the way. It seems that things have picked up a little bit for some of the players, but we'll get the score rundown here momentarily as we look at some different camera angles and some things that we're able to do here from the ITRC. All 12 lanes being used are being captured on camera as well. And JT down in the mix, trying to make it more fun and mix it up and try to have some looks ahead toward what we'll see for that stepladder and what the capabilities are for the team.
We do have the standings through game number 7 available, and Erin McCarthy continues to lead. She's basically been right around the top spot after she made that move in game 2. We talked to Nathan Bohr a little bit about it. Shot 279 and 257. On her way to move into the lead, and despite a hiccup on lanes 11 and 12 where she shot 179, Been pretty steady throughout. Plus 190. She now holds a 43 pin advantage over Danielle McCune, who's at plus 147. Ashley Galante at plus 140. Jillian Martin, back-to-back 160 games. So Jillian looking to get back on track, plus 123 in fourth. Brianna Cote right behind her at plus 122. Missy Parkin with 256 last game is at plus 120 in sixth place. Maria Balanova plus 113. Dasha Kovalova plus 112. Valerie Bercier plus 95. Then a bit of a gap difference after that to 10th place. Jacqueline Evans plus 37 and Sandra Gongora at plus 34. Right now for A squad for the top 12, Jordan Richard has that 12th spot plus 13. Julia Bond, the first player out of the top 12 at minus 12.
Aaron, always interesting to look and see where those separations are and who's going to kind of, I don't want to say run away with it at this point, but there's still a super long way to go. Of course, as we noted, the top 12 after the 9 games, once both squads are complete, will advance to round robin match play, and then bonus pins come into the mix. Total pinfall carries forward, all that good stuff. So the goal right now, I think most of the players will tell you, just get into the top 12, do what you have to do, and then worry about the game plan for match play later once you get there. If you don't make it, no point thinking about it the whole way. So don't stress. And Shannon mentioned it many times. Only control what you can control, right? Don't think about what the other people are doing or what the scores are looking like. Just go out there and throw every shot absolutely the best you can, like it's for the title. And that's all you can do. I think Stephanie said that as well, and it's great advice.
Indeed, that was really just a great session for us to sit back and let Shannon and Stephanie just kind of do what they do best and kind of just explain this great sport in ways that they see the sport differently than we do, which is great. That's why we have this access. That's why we bring these folks in to kind of let us know a little bit more about what's happening on the lanes. Tough open there for Jillian, her first of game 8. Big thanks to Jason Thomas for dropping in some cool lane level shots here. That'll be something to look forward to during the stepladder finals as well. The Bowlers Journal Classic stepladder will be tomorrow, 9 p.m. Eastern, right here on bowltv.com. You will need a subscription to view it. So we know for many of you folks might just be checking out bowltv.com for the first time with the free login to watch qualifying and match play. That will continue throughout the course of this event. But for those stepladders, you will have to pick up a subscription. 4 different options per event. Check it out by clicking the Join Now button on Bowl TV below the video as Dasha runs that one through the head pin, leaves the baby split.
Now, Aaron, generally for the right-handers, in most cases, as the blocks progress, you're going to see them migrate left on the approach and on the lane. I think that's, and looking at Jillian Martin here, that's pretty obvious. That's what's happened for the most part. But I look forward to hearing some more analysis from the ball reps, from the players, just more specifics about those moves and the transition and exactly the description of what we're seeing. I mean, it's obvious. You can see as the players, roll through the venue and back onto our featured pairs that, where they're playing is clearly different. But to hear more about what happened and how it happened and what their expectations were along the way, certainly no better viewpoint than the ones actually doing those things or suggesting them, I think, too. And it's easy for us to sit here and kind of armchair bowl in this event. But to hear from the experts and to hear that what we're seeing and what we're saying totally makes sense. It's always good to have that support.
All right, lane level on lane number 10 here. As Erin McCarthy gets ready, she's been near the top of the standings throughout the course of the day, as we mentioned. 279, 257 in games 2 and 3 to kind of catapult her toward the top of A squad here. Great look from JT. And a great shot by Erin. That's something I usually don't get to say to myself, so I'm glad I get to say it for someone else. But great shot there from McCarthy, looking to find a second double. She's stayed clean so far through the first 7 frames, but just the early pair of strikes and slow-mo. There it is. You can see where she's sliding, where she's crossing it at the arrows, and the all-important strike at the end.
All the tricks, and it's only day 1, block 1. It's very cool stuff. Very, very informative if you know what you're looking for sure.
All right, here's Jillian. Once again, had the open last time up on lane 10. After the strong start, she has found some struggles here as the blocks progress back-to-back 160 games to fall back after leading for a couple games there. But I think Shannon and Stephanie made a great point when they were talking about her at just being 16 years old. We talked, or Shannon kind of talked about, the progression she's made and how she views a block, views a tournament kind of from shot to shot, and, tries not to put too much pressure on the entire course of the event. Every shot is the same shot. And it'd be curious to hear from Jillian about this, and just kind of, we don't know if she's a scoreboard watcher. We don't know how much she knows. She's bowling well, and then she's, hit this little hiccup in the road. But it would be fun to hear kind of how she's been processing this block with, the highest of highs and hitting some snags there in the middle too. I think that's, something, being 16 years old, I would be going crazy with that start that she had and be jumping off the walls. And then I would probably be pretty dejected after a pair of 160s. She's handling it much better than I think most would in this situation. But it'll be fun to kind of hear her perspective, not only from this day, but potentially throughout the course of the week.
Well, Aaron, I think with the plan we have in place, our strategy for covering the event, we'll have that opportunity to hear some of those stories behind the scenes, hear from the players, whether it be in a written form, in a video, or live on Bowl TV with a post-game interview. So looking forward to that and how that all shakes up. And again, we talked about Erin McCarthy, talking about the year that she's had, and to be the front runner here at this event early, after spending so much time focused on things beyond bowling, and to come out and bowl well. Can't wait to hear the thoughts there. And again, from Jillian, the ups and downs of this. We know she is mature beyond her years, both in bowling and in how she handles it. Many supporters out there have spoken very highly of her. So we know from having her on the podcast before, very well-spoken and very humble. So looking forward to that. And really, 36 players, Aaron. I think we have 36 great storylines. I hope we get a chance in some capacity, again, whether live on Bowl TV, in a written story, or in a video interview off to the side. We get to hear all the stories, especially while we have a little bit smaller field. We have that opportunity to do that. Let's take advantage for sure.
All right. I know we had a question in the Bowl TV chat about what ball Aaron was throwing. We're going to bring back Nathan Bohr to the Bowl TV studio here. Hello again, Nathan.
Hey guys, thanks.
Erin's been having some fun out there. She's been throwing some strikes. The folks on Bowl TV want to know what you're throwing right now.
Right now, it's a Trident Nemesis. It's a higher RG ball with a little bit of ASIM in it, so it'll clean the front part of the lane because they've kind of gotten a little trashy in the front. It'll clean that spot, but it revs up in the oil and still goes forward. So that's what we've been using to kind of control the pocket and knock some pins down.
Now, Erin's been pretty steady throughout the course of this block. She had one rough game there, I think 2 games ago. Yeah. But how's she been handling the moves and making the right choices from how you've seen it?
Oh no, she's been great. She's been great. Our discussions have been just that. They've been discussions. They haven't been me telling her to do anything or her telling me that I'm wrong or anything like that. So we've just been able to just communicate and talk to each other about what we see out there, and we've been making some pretty good moves.
Now, Nathan, we've we talked to a few folks. They kind of talked about the scoring pace, talk about getting to the pocket quite a bit. Carrying was going to be another question or not. Is this kind of what you've expected through A squad as far as kind of where the scores are at?
Yeah, pretty close. I thought it was going to take about 220. Sorry, I'm just watching more balls go down the line. I thought it was going to take about 220 to make the top 12. Right now, it looks like that's a little bit under that. Pair to pair here is a little tricky, and when you get oil going down the lane with no track here, it can get a little tricky. So, yeah, just like that for Erin, she got it to the inside. It didn't really have anything to pick up, so it kind of 2-8'd. So, but really just pace is about, like I said, about what I thought. Maybe a touch lower, but you gotta. It's not too hard to get to the pocket, like we talked about. You just got to find a way to knock them all down.
All right, Nathan, I think that's everything we have for you. So
Sure.
we appreciate the quick note for the Bull TV audience, and we'll see you soon.
You got it. Thank you.
All right, big thank you to Nathan Bohr for joining us, Motive Ball Rep. Getting some information to the good folks there, what ball and kind of how Erin has been progressing throughout the course of the block.
Valuable insight for sure from the sidelines. Looking forward again to more as the season progresses. It's almost tempting to ask too many questions. I know they have a job to do as well, so I don't want to overuse their time, but glad that they're willing to jump in and help us understand what we're seeing. And as you mentioned, seeing exactly what bowling balls are being thrown, not as easy all the time. I know the folks at home always want to know, what tools are being used, and that's great insight.
Fortunately, a miscue for Erin there in the 10th to finish at 202 after rolling clean through the first 9 frames. We got a note from JT that Valerie is putting together a big game on 3 and 4. She was a little bit farther back in the standings heading into this game, in 9th place at plus 95. So as we talked about, definitely some time to make a big jump. So let's see, 3 and 4. She's got a 10th frame left to go. We'll hop there in just a second. We'll watch this first shot from Jillian here, see if she can put herself in position to shoot 205 with a double in the 10th. And some struggles there. Split drops her max down to 192, potentially looking in the 180s after back-to-back 160s. All right, we are returning now to lanes 1 and 2. Mr. Cannizzaro as and 3 and 4 too. I don't want to forget that pair. But we're being joined now by Maria Balanova, Carrie Smith, Danielle McEwen, Missy Parkin, Julia Bond, and Valerie Bercier. A nice game coming together for Julia. She's going to be in the 240s here. She was a little bit, she was, I believe, the first player under. So I'll get her on the right side of plus, but she still has some work to do. Missy looking to cap off the clean 203. But she'll take 202 there, not too much harm done. She was near the top of the standings here for A squad, sitting in 6th place at plus 120, so she'll move up to plus 122. But for Valerie, this is a chance to pass quite a few folks. She came into this game at plus 95. And she is working on, count them, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 consecutive strikes. She has a max score of 258. This is her first shot of the 10th frame. Late kick of the 10 there for the 2019 Rookie of the Year. That puts her into the 240s. We see Danielle McCune right there as well. Nice shot from D-Mac to finish with 224.
So Danielle came into this game second behind Aaron McCarthy. Danielle's at plus 147. She'll stay behind Aaron, who grabbed a couple extra pins. But those two out in front with a couple games to go. And then you mentioned Missy Park, and she had 258 last game, or 256. So some time to make a move, and still some room left to see some moving and shaking as the players fight for a spot in the top 12 and hopefully to stay there overall by the end of the day.
Some trouble for Valerie there. Second shot of the 10th, leaving the always popular 3-4-10. But with the first strike in the 10th, already in the 240s here. And an opportunity for a super fun Bowl TV split conversion.
There's one for the highlight reel.
There we go. Nice 245 there for Valerie. So that's going to move her up to plus 140. Looking at some of the other players, she's going to pass Jillian Martin, Missy Parkin, Dasha Kovalova as well. So that's a huge game for Valerie to set up game number 9. Players are moving. Our final game of the block is going to be ready. It looks like we may have a quick moment here with Jason Thomas before he gets back to the craziness. JT, you look ready to go. We're going to bring you in.
Yeah, I'm not real. I don't really have an update. I just want to get everybody ready because this game's going to be crazy. There's going to be people moving all around. There's going to be, you could hear the reps. There's no fans, obviously, just because of the protocols here this week, but the reps were starting to get into it. You saw some encouragement, hands clapping. That's what's gonna happen this game. They're gonna be, going to the whip to get their players over the finish line and get those numbers, in the clubhouse.
Yeah, I think that's definitely one of the tough part about being on A squad. You really don't know where you want to be. Obviously, if you're leading A squad, you're in those first few spots. You're hoping it's enough for the top 12, but it's definitely tough kind of sitting back after the squad. I'm sure a bunch of these players will be watching. Hopefully we can get a few of them on Bowl TV here. But yeah, they have the, I guess, unenviable spot of posting the score to see if anyone can catch it.
Yeah, for sure. And going into that game, it looked like, maybe 9, maybe 12 players at the most, assuming, if a few of those ones that were in the 10, 11, 12 range shot a big game to get themselves in position. But, you're probably looking at maybe 9 or 10 players that have a chance at the cut here going into the last game.
It's going to be exciting. We're going to have it all here on BowlTV.com for the Bowlers Journal Classic at the ITRC in Arlington, Texas. JT, just, not so much with the bowling, just what's the atmosphere like down there?
It's certainly the last game and a half has gotten more intense because the players are fighting to get into the cut. So, they've been intense all day and focused, but it's all business right now.
Excellent. All right. Well, we will let you get back to it. You've been doing an excellent job on the updates for us, so we appreciate it. We've been getting getting that news and notes out to the Bowl TV audience. So keep up the good work, sir, and we will see you toward the end of the block.
Thank you very much. Will do.
Jason Thomas, everybody, joining us here on Bowl TV from the ITRC. I'm Aaron Smith coming to you from the International Bowling Campus. Matt Cannizzaro joining the show from Casa de Cannizzaro. We're all over the place. That's been the cool part about technology here in 2021. Being able to bring you all this action. Of course, folks, if you have a particular player you want to watch this final game, you just don't have to worry about us switching to them. We do have all the channels available below the video here on BullTV.com. If you're on the mobile, go ahead. It's in the top right-hand corner. You see the little 4-box window pane. Click on that. You can pick any pair you want to follow. Of course, PWBA.com. We have all the information concerning pairings, standings, oil pattern, 39 feet, all that good stuff that you need to know for this event. So a few of the big spots to be checking out. Live scoring available as well. We've dropped it a few times in the chat. We'll do that one more time just so you guys can follow along if you're not hopping from channel to channel. And folks, as we get ready for game number 9, you know what we're going to do? What we haven't done in so long? We're going to have a giveaway. So all you good folks on BullTV.com, be on the lookout. We will have a giveaway during this qualifying round during game number 9. It's going to be super fast, simple, easy to use. All you'll have to do is click on the submit entry button, and you're entered for a chance to win. The prize, we'll tell you a little bit about it in just a bit, but we look forward to having that. So keep that in mind, folks. We got the giveaway coming up. Tell your friends, have them get that login so they can be eligible too. We'll tell you in a couple frames what that is, but get excited in the chat. Giveaway time coming back. All right, folks, our unbelievable staff here on the PWBA team at the Kickoff Classic Series already has the scores up after 8. So we're going to go ahead, roll those out, and let you take a look. Erin McCarthy continues to lead after that 202. She's at plus 192. We mentioned Danielle McCune was in second place after that 224. She gained some ground at plus 171 for the block lead. Ashley Galante not too far behind. Plus 164. She also had 224 that game. Valerie Bercier making the big jump all the way to fourth place at plus 140. Missy Parkin at plus 122. Jillian Martin did make that split in the 10th frame to save 192. That could be huge heading into this final game. She's at plus 115 in sixth. Brianna Cote plus 112. A little bit of separation after that. Dasha at plus 84. Maria Balanova plus 73. Sandra Gongora plus 59. Jacqueline Evans plus 53. Julia Bond had the big game to get to plus 34. Jordan Richard in 13th at plus 21. Those are the players plus. So this is starting to get interesting here. Just kind of looking at those spots from 4th to 7th, I think are going to be the big players to watch throughout the course of this. Valerie at plus 140, Missy at plus 122, Jillian at plus 115, and Brianna at plus 112. For the players behind them, they're going to have a really big game looking at Dasha and Maria. And for Ashley, Danielle, and Aaron, it's all about kind of maintaining right now. Make sure they don't give too many pins away here in the finale in hopes of making it to the top 12. Jason Thomas, you look ready to join again. We get the thumbs up. Here we go.
Yeah, guys, I just talked to Chuck Gardner about the number and what his feeling is on the number. And he said, 130 is probably, what they're all looking to get to. But he also feels like the next squad's going to hit him a little harder. So he feels like anybody who gets to 140 or better has a chance, but 130 is kind of the number to give you a chance to make this first cut.
All right, our unofficial number, courtesy of Chuck Gardner. So if it is incorrect, we can be sure to harass Chuck later about that.
Please blame him. Yes.
All right, JT. Thank you for the update. We mentioned we got a few players right in the mix there who are going to be essentially bowling for their match play round tomorrow. Otherwise, they'll have a day off until the ITRC Classic. So that's the only thing we got going on tomorrow: match play and stepladder finals. Matt, it's been a while since we've been in this situation, running down numbers. Gotta admit, it feels good. Feels good. I think I'm ready for the challenge.
So I'm glad you're here. You're the numbers guy for sure. I'll bring in whatever color commentary and funny stories I can, but you always seem to be on track with the calculations. So thank you for doing that and bringing that to this part of the team. Right now, it's not as hectic as I think it's going to be this afternoon, of course, as we really try to determine who's going to be in for match play in general. Now it's just the players who are going to have to sweat the most over the next 5 or 6 hours as they wait to see if they did enough this morning.
And with that, we will kind of jump around the house to do our best to catch folks probably a little bit later in the game. But we're going to use the live scoring app as well as hop around on BowlTV.com. You good folks have the same opportunities to do so to kind of follow these players who are in the mix. Once again, JT and Chuck Gardner dropping the plus 130, kind of the goal for A squad here. 4 players ahead of that. We have another 3 who are within 20 pins of that. So first, let's take a glance at live scoring here. Looks like Missy Parkin, an early open on 7 and 8, and a 6 count in frame number 4. A washout potentially troublesome for Missy as she looks to gain a few pins. Valerie also on that pair. No harm, no foul so far. Strike, spare, strike. See if we can find Brianna Cote. I feel we've kind of missed Brianna throughout the course of the day. She's on 11 and 12. She started with an open, a split conversion in the second, a strike in the third. Dasha Kovalova needing a big game, a pair of splits so far. Jillian Martin also has given away a single pin miss in frame 3. Ashley Galante, a player we mentioned above that current number we're estimating. Strong start, 3 out of the first 4 for her over on 9 and 10. We'll head over to 9 and 10 next to follow up with Ashley here real quick. Nice shot from Dasha. She's going to need a few more just like that as we make the move to 9 and 10. Sandra Gongora and Jordan Richard also on this pair. Everybody off to pretty nice starts so far. Sandra at plus 159, so she's going to need a bunch of strikes here. Jordan at plus 121, or excuse me, plus 21. Probably a little bit too far back. To make a run into the top 12 here at the Bowlers Journal Classic. JT is back. And ready to chat, JT.
Yeah, guys. I had another follow-up conversation with Chuck Gardner, and if you've noticed, they've gotten pretty squirrely out there. It's not a look that you want to see when you're trying to make a run and shoot a big game this last game. So it feels like the rev rate on this squad has contributed to kind of the transition leading to some tougher conditions here at the end. And that's kind of why he feels like the next squad's going to hit him a little better, because the rev rate on that squad seems to be a little bit lower. But there's quite a few players that are really fighting to stay in the cut line right now. Danielle McEwen, she's 171 over, and she's struggling on a 187 pace through 4 frames. There's a few other players as well who are around that 130 number or can get there that are going to fight to try to make it here the last few frames.
Excellent stuff, JT. Thank you for the report once again. We're coming down to the nitty gritty here in game number 9. This first block has flown by, but it's what we missed.
I'm going to go update the game graphic right now.
Thanks, JT.
Thanks.
Nice shot there by Galante, getting to the pocket, leaving the 10. Gongora, max score 269. So she's pretty much looking at striking out here to have any chance to kind of approach that number we have in our heads at the moment. And she's going to come in a little bit light, 2.8, so that drops her max down into the 240s now.
Well, Aaron, these are some feelings these players haven't felt in a long time. I mean, this is a different kind of nerves than even 9 games ago when, they're out there for the first time in over a year. But now it's the feeling of being on the verge of potentially making a cut. How do you handle that situation? I mean, again, if you're looking at the numbers, you're squeezing it. If you have any idea, you're squeezing it. Otherwise, it could slip away. There's a lot happening, a lot to think about in this situation. I mean, first time in a long time. There's a whole day of bowling on the line here. 12 more games tomorrow, plus the stepladder. Otherwise, a day off, essentially stuck at the hotel. So if there's ever time to step up, this is it. But how do you handle a situation you haven't seen in so long?
Yeah, I'm sure that's something some of those cut players we've been talking about have been experiencing, and throughout the tour season, you just get so used to those moments. You kind of, similar to what Shannon O'Keefe talked about, you just kind of begin to treat every moment the same. So there's not too many highs, not too many lows, but it's been so long. That'll be the fun thing to see. Kind of, we kind of talked about, players having different opportunities to compete throughout the course of 2020. Some have gotten to bowl more than others, so it'll be fun to watch those clutch moments come through as well. We're going to switch over to 5 through 8 coming up next. Some of the key players here: Danielle McEwen, as she gets a nice little hit there on the 4-pin. Missy Park and Valerie Bercier as well. All in the mix. Some struggles for Missy. Valerie has liked the left lane more than the right lane so far. I was hoping to connect for her first double here in the final game. Shot 245 last game to get to plus 140. And move into 4th on A squad. And you see that 6-pin stand up in the gutter, so still trying to find the right look to carry all 10 on lane number 8. Missy is going to need a strong finish here. Had the washout in the 6th frame, 2 opens already, 97 in the 6th. She can max out at 217. She might need each and every one of those pins as well. Oh. And I forgot it. It's been so long. I forgot how unfair bowling can be from time to time as well. Just brutal break there for Missy. Hashtag Team No 8 Pin. Shout out to EWJ. That's going to drop her max down to 207. She is at plus 122, so right on the cusp of that projected number we have. Note from JT, Brianna Cote, with her struggles in a position to really need to strike out over on 11 and 12. Miscue from Bercier, missing the 10 pin. She goes to her good lane, though.
Well, Aaron, the good news here for us is that there's going to be a handful of players watching the scores very, very closely later today. So no doubt they'll hopefully be willing to come on and share some of their feelings as all of that unfolds, and not only for the cut line, but for the cash line as well. The difference in cashing and not cashing, $1,250. So, right now you're fighting for a spot in the top 12 overall, but also if you can be 14th or better on your squad, that you've got money in the pocket, that definitely takes some of that pressure off as well, especially for the rest of the week.
Great shot there by McEwen. She delivers the double after an early open. Once again, looking to maintain her spot in the few top spots here on A squad. Big shot here for Valerie, bouncing back after the miscue on the single pin in the previous frame. She struck every time on the left lane so far. It's been comfortable. And gets all 10. Note from JT, Ashley Galante looking strong here. Max at 247. We'll head over there next. After Missy parking here, once again, Missy kind of right on the number, needs to strike out, left a brutal 8 pin last time up. And bowling works out in mysterious ways sometime, folks. Mysterious ways. Galante up on, or will be up on, let's see, lane number 10 after Sandra finishes her frame. Working on a double, max score 247. Came into this game at plus 164. She was 28 pins behind Erin McCarthy for the overall block lead. Erin over on 1 and 2. She can strike out to shoot 214. So that's ridiculously close. If you got multiple screens right now, you probably want to be on 1 through 4 and 9 through 10 to see what's going to come down to. Jillian Martin can max out at 215. That gets her right to that plus 130 mark we talked about. Max score for Brianna Cote, 197, so she's probably going to be a little bit short of that number. Erin McCarthy did get the first strike in the 10th. Bercier still can get to plus 168. 228 out there this game. Big shot for Galante here. She can shut out Erin McCarthy if she's able to strike here in the 9th and the first 2 in the 10th. There it is. You see the emotion. She liked it. We're going to head over to 1 and 2 real quick. What's happening here, Maddie? This is crazy.
This is it. This is the stuff you live for, right? I mean, you've amped up your excitement level for sure. I know all the hard work paying off now for you to be able to see these shots delivered in these key moments.
McCarthy unable to get the double in the 10th. That's going to drop her down to 203 with the conversion. That'll put her at plus 195. So Ashley's going to have the opportunity. Let's see, Danielle McCune. What's Danielle at? She's on 5 and 6, I believe. She can still get to 235. She rallied off 4 in a row. That would definitely put her ahead of McCarthy, and she had 7 pins on Galante. So Danielle McCune, actually the player who can now wrap up the top spot for the block. Woo. Let's see. Let's go to, right over here. Missy with the bucket crumbler to keep her string of strikes going. Once again, she's trying to get to plus 129 with 2 more. Valerie, double after the open, but a 3-pin standing here in the 9th frame. That drops her max down to 207. That will put her at plus 147. You see Ashley far right of your screen delivers the first strike. All right, we'll go back to Galante here. She's going to already have the first strike in the 10th. Shout out to Josh in the chat. We are going to have that giveaway momentarily here. All the excitement of Game 9 has got us off track for a second, but the giveaway coming up very, very shortly. Big shot here, Ashley Galante. It's going to have to hustle back a little bit. 2-pin does not want to get the help. Her max down to 236 now. Let's go back to Danielle McCune. Talk about timing. Danielle getting ready to step up on lane number 5. Has delivered the last 4 strikes, and she can be our A-squad leader with a strike here. Oh, trips the 4. Woo.
You made it. Galante finishes at plus 200 for her 9-game block. Ewan still could get to plus 206.
All right, folks, we're going to be starting the giveaway in just a moment as we wrap things up here. All you're going to have to do, you're going to have to wait a few seconds. You'll see something in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. And then from there, all you have to do is click on the participate now, submit entry, as Danielle comes in light there. .224 now her max score. And I believe that will give Galante the top spot on the squad. 5-pin difference. Is that what you got, Maddie?
Galante is at plus 200, and McEwen should be at plus 195. So 5 pins after all that. after a long day of competition. But I feel both players should feel pretty comfortable about joining us for another day of bowling tomorrow in match play. You never know. Don't want to predict for sure, but they had to feel pretty good.
Missy Parkin did deliver those final 3 strikes to get to plus 129. Valerie with the spare is going to be in the 190s. She's going to give a few pins back. Who else were we looking at? It looks like Erin McCarthy finished at 195 over. Jillian Martin plus 119. Dasha Kovalova plus 65. Plus 134 for Valerie. 5 pins ahead of Missy at plus 129. Brianna Cote, tough final game. 164 finishes at plus 76. So we want to thank thanks to JT for helping us out there kind of as we were hopping back and forth. He says Ashley's going to be stopping by real quick for an interview. And as we see in the Bowl TV chat, we want to congratulate Paul on winning an annual Bowl TV subscription. So congratulations, Paul. Our marketing team will be reaching out to you very soon to get your information to set that all up for you. Be on the lookout for giveaways all throughout the week, folks. We got some cool stuff saved up for you. But you have to tune in to find out. Trust me, it's cool though. We got some good stuff for you to give away for being loyal to Bowl TV, watching, joining the community, and subscribing as well. We're going to go to JT right now.
Yeah, I just wanted to give you an update. Ashley's just marking down her scores, and as soon as she's done, she'll be over for a quick interview. She did lead the squad. We had a couple players at plus 195 tied for second, and man. People don't realize how fast and furious the last game of a cut round is.
It was fun to get back into it. I'm not going to lie. I need to take the jacket off for a few seconds after this and relax a little bit after all that excitement. But yeah, we got through it. We got through 9 games, A squad in the books. Essentially 3 players kind of ran away with pretty safe spots moving.
She's going to come forward. In, so I'm gonna step aside. Okay.
All right, JT. All right, we'll let Ashley get set up here. Ashley Galante plus 200, Erin McCarthy plus 195, and Danielle McEwen plus 195. Kind of the top performers here of the squad. It looks like Ashley is just about ready. She waves, so I think she's good. Ashley Galante, hello.
Hi, how are you?
It's we're doing well. It's great to see you. Great bowling today, plus 200 to lead A squad after the anticipation of wanting to be back out on the lanes for so long. What's it feel like to be back and to put up a block like that?
Unbelievable. I mean, without bowling, you feel like part of you is not alive, and to be able to be back here, it's amazing. And I wasn't really. Squad leader just blows my mind. I mean, I know that I've been working really, really hard on my game, and sometimes it doesn't always translate to competition. Sometimes you forget a couple of things. So I felt like I did really well with applying everything that I've been working on today, and that was really exciting for me.
Ashley, you got off to a great start today, 245 in the opening game. That had to be great for the confidence. Followed that up with 237. So feeling pretty good after a couple games, a couple of hiccups along the way too. You can imagine some rust along the way. But tell us first about the confidence coming out of the gate so strong, and then how you overcame the miscues along the way to finish as strongly as you did.
I felt really good on the lanes. The first game, I felt like everything was just matching up really well, where I was waiting at the top of my swing and my arm was reaching through the ball, and it felt like my arm was just super long through it. And that's a certain feel that when I have it, I feel like untouchable at that point in time. but it's very easy for that to go away because of little tendencies, timing going off, or if we just get impatient and we start trying to pull down the swing or get a little bit fast feet. So to assume that those things are never going to happen is very unrealistic. So knowing that those are my tendencies, when they did happen, I tried to immediately like fix them and say, okay, you know what? I pulled at the top of the swing or my feet got too fast, and I just nipped it in the butt right away and just tried to bounce right back to bowling the way that I was.
Ashley, throughout the course of the block, we kind of talked a little bit about, some folks kind of running into transition throughout the course of it. But for you, what, as far as equipment wise, how did you kind of progress through your bag throughout the course of the block?
I started with my Black Widow 2.0. And then in the second game, I transferred into my Knockout, which is something that they actually drilled on the truck for me yesterday. And it pretty much bounced a little bit back and forth between those two bowling balls. So there were some pairs that were a little bit tricky or a little bit tighter. I don't know if it's down lane, but just right where you needed the ball to pick up, it was just a little bit tighter. So I would ball back up to my 2.0 when I really need the ball just to roll a little bit earlier. And then when I would jump off that pair, I would go straight back to my normal line and then just make my adjustments off of that, because sometimes a bad pair is just a bad pair.
Right. Now, Ashley, at this point, you're in great position to make match play tomorrow as a squad leader. You have to like the chances there, but with some time now to take a deep breath and regroup, maybe strategize a little bit differently for tomorrow. What changes at this point, equipment-wise, mentality-wise? What do we do to change things up to maintain the strong points of today, and then maybe handle the transition or some of the down parts a little bit better?
I'm definitely going to talk to Chuck and Eric about some of the issues I may have seen on down lane, so that maybe we could talk about either equipment or surface changes, whatever they feel is best. I think that after this event, I'm going to go home or back to the hotel home. And I'm going to just kind of play the day through my head and just it's amazing to be squad leader, but I feel like I left so many pins out there. And there was a couple of things that I'm actually disappointed in myself. Like, I really feel like I didn't shut a 10th frame out solid at all today. And that's something that I want to be able to do better tomorrow. And maybe just little things with my tempo, keep my tempo under control, and just really being free with the swing. That's the one thing that I have a tendency is I get a little bit anxious, and I have a tendency to just really pull down on it. So, I know a lot of bowlers at home, all of you guys, like, especially because I coach, they say that you professionals have issues with this, and we do. It's just about maintaining it, being aware of it, and just fixing it, and just knowing that you have to be patient and just wait on the ball.
All right, Ashley, we will let you go enjoy your great performance today. But I have to ask before we let you go, this is the first PWBA event in nearly 500 days. What's it feel to be at the top of the standings, even though we're only a squad in? What's it feel like to have that distinction, knowing how far we've come to have this event?
It's amazing. It's honestly, I can't thank everybody enough for putting this together. All of the thought and the procedures that they have put into this is outstanding. Their PWBA is doing everything they can to make sure that we are safe. And it took a lot of work on their end to make sure that this event even ran. And we're just very fortunate that we have people like them who care so much about our sport to bring this back for us. Without them, we wouldn't have anything, and I wouldn't have the opportunity to do what I love.
Well said, Ashley. We will let you get going, but thank you again for joining us. Great performance, and we hope to see you in match play tomorrow.
Thank you.
All right. All right, folks, that was Ashley Galante, our squad leader here at the PWBA Bowlers Journal Classic, wrapping up plus 200. Tied for second, Danielle McCune and Aaron McCarthy at plus 195. You can find those standings and more at pwba.com. Of course, follow us on social media as well. All the PWBA channels we'll be getting that updated as well. But Matt, we're in the books. We got another squad coming up in less than 90 minutes. So that's great news for all the Bowl TV fans. What are you looking forward to next?
Doing it all over again. A whole new crop of players. We've got 18 more talented bowlers coming out. We get to learn from our mistakes and the things we did well over the last 9 games, and talk about that and the things we learned just watching and hearing from the other players and ball reps. And we get to talk to more folks and see more bowling, and that's all that matters. That's all you can ask for.
Absolutely. So for everyone inside the ITRC, Jason Thomas is our sideline reporter. We had so many great guests today. Let's see, Verdi Crawley, Linda Walbum, Matt McNeil, Nathan Bohr, Shannon and Stephanie. Of course, Ashley at the end there for all the hard work going on for Tennille, Rob, Nick, Lou, Caitlin as well. I'm probably forgetting someone, but we love all the work those folks are doing to make this happen. It's just incredible that we got this squad in. It's happening. It's so great. But for right now, we're going to go ahead and sign off. Once again, a reminder, folks, tell your friends, Bowl TV, create a login, watch qualifying and match play for free. Need a subscription for the stepladder finals. 4 options to choose from. So whatever suits you best to watch the live stepladder finals. Be sure to check that out for each of the 4 stepladder finals. But that's going to do it for now. So for Matt Cannizzaro, my name's Aaron Smith. And remember, folks, on Bowl TV, bowling lives here. We'll see you soon.